It's too dark in here. We can't investigate even if we wanted
Got
to.
it.
Going to bring candles from other room to make this room bright, okay? No, if that's going to be necessary. Yeah, that's not necessary at all. Huh? Why?
Listen up.
Show him, Kibo. Show him your new power. New power?
His eyes lit up. I, Muiruma, the gorgeous girl genius, have installed a new function in Kibo.
Just leave it to me. I will become the guiding light that shines on you all.
Shine on, shine on! Shine on, you crazy fucking diamond!
Fucking diamond. Nice. Man, what a lame function. You should have made him like a transformer or something.
It's okay.
But it's bright now, so we should hurry and investigate.
Okay.
Yeah, you're right. Kibo's flashlight function. Hello, there's clearly blood on the wall right there. I said things that made Tenko look suspicious. And now this. I'm sorry, Tenko.
Stop it.
Cry later, huh?
Because
Crying will bring Tenko back, and if we don't investigate thoroughly, we will die too.
Okay.
Need to find the truth and pin down the culprit for Tenko and all of us.
I guess.
You're right, Tenko would want us to figure it out so she'd have no regrets. That would be the best way to apologize. There's blatantly blood right here, but I can't do anything about it. It's the wooden dog statue used in the seance. I believe it's called the Dog God. In the seance, this wooden statue was on top of the cage. It took 4 of us to remove it. This wooden statue is pretty heavy. Kyo said it was about 175 pounds. That's about the weight of 2 girls.
what?
What do you know about girls? Have you even touched a woman besides your mother? What?
I'm kidding.
I'm kidding. Anyway,
Is
that's
this...
what I was saying. Right, but we've also seen dried red blood too, so I can't say that, you know, just because it's not pink doesn't mean it's not blood. And I don't recall it being there before. This heavy thing was on top of the cage, then Tenko wouldn't have been able to get out easily. Yeah,
Okay.
you're right about that. It didn't sound like you were kidding earlier. I know, it looks like it almost spells... I don't know. It looks like actual English lettering, at the same time it doesn't. It's the white sheet we used for the seance. This was placed on top of the cage. Leon! Yeah! Kyo was the one who removed it.
Is this...
This cloth is pretty thick. It's similar to a window curtain, but it's completely opaque. And on the back, look, there's a blood stain on it, right around the middle of the sheet.
But
no hole in the fabric, which means Tenko wasn't stabbed through this cloth. She was stabbed while underneath the cloth. I mean, there's blatantly a disturbed board right here. It's the magic circle Kyo drew on the floor. Well, at least it was. It's been completely stomped over. I suppose it was unavoidable.
Well...
Was this drawn with salt? Whenever I perform a seance, I always use salt.
What?
Are you feeling alright? You sound ridiculous.
ridiculous.
I have performed many successful seances. Why, I've had spirits enter my body.
Right already.
Shut up! I don't want to hear about your stupid delusions. Maki really doesn't beat around the bush. It's kind of refreshing, actually.
But
In any case, with all these footprints, I can't make out the original
So
circle.
what?
We'll find out in Kyo's lab. It should be written in the Caged Dog Village document. Isn't that right, Kyo? He seems depressed. I suppose that makes sense. Rip him! Suck to Kokichi. Man, what a lame function. You should have made him like a transformer or something. Alright. He's got nothing to say about that. This investigation is over and shut. It's all thanks to me for giving Kibo his new function. And now then, Cunt Fu's killer is obviously one of you stupid assholes who signed up to do this bullshit seance in the first place. No, not necessarily. Huh? Seriously, the seance was clearly set up to lure her in and kill her. Could someone who wasn't in the room kill her?
Could it be...
So you believe that Tenko was killed during the seance?
Fucking moron!
There's no other possibility, shit for brains. God, you don't even know that? It's true that Tenko was alive before the seance began. This is the point of no return, Tenko. After this point, you mustn't speak. Next time you open your mouth, it will be Angie speaking through you. Understood? I will not say a word until the seance is over. Tenko answered Kyo, so at that point she was most certainly alive. But when the candles were relit, she had already been killed. And she was killed in the dark. I'm positive. What time exactly was Tenko killed after the candles were blown? That may be an important point to the case.
That cannot be.
Why did this?
I knew it.
Kyo, I know the murder was pretty
But
shocking.
Of
course, I am shocked about that as well, but why did the seance fail? We performed all the steps flawlessly. He seems more concerned about that than the murder.
Yes.
If we perform the cage child again and summon Tengo's spirit this time.
This is stupid.
Cut the crap, just tell me what happened during the seance. Both you and Shuichi were present, right? Did she get killed during the
I
seance?
see, yes.
True, it may be best to move past what happened to know why the seance failed.
Is that so?
Whatever, just hurry up. At the time, in order to begin the seance, we had Tenko, the spiritual medium, position herself as a turtle within the magic circle so her head touched the marker stone. Then Shuichi and Kokichi placed the cage over Tenko. And after that I placed the white cloth over the cage. Then all four of us placed the wooden statue of the dog god atop of the cage. Afterwards we stood in the four corners of the room. Kokichi and Shuichi blew out the candles. Finally, we sang the cage child's song. The seance should have been complete, but... now that you remember. Now that you mention it, I remember hearing a strange sound during the song. It is a mystery to me as well. I thought someone may have tripped, perhaps. It was a pretty loud sound for someone tripping. Perhaps Kyo knows something.
What do you mean?
And then what happened?
Yes.
We called out to her. No reply came. I had Shuichi and Kokichi relight the candles. Then we removed all the items from within the magic circle in the opposite order. First, all four of us removed the dog statue. Then I took off the white cloth, and then... Himiko ran over to the cage, and the moment she lifted it... Then it sounds like Tenko was definitely killed during the seance. But would it not be difficult in such darkness? Besides, she was inside the cage, yes. Then when was she killed?
Well, that's...
Yes, that is
I
a problem.
see, yes.
There is another problem. And that is, why ever did the seance fail? I simply cannot figure it out.
Perhaps.
Maybe someone moved from their corner? Did someone else sneak in here?
Point.
Obviously, since this seance was clearly a sham, Maki never was one to pull her punches. He literally looks like he wants to kill her.
Leave it to me.
I will become the guiding light that shines on you all. Okay.
Why?
First Angie, then Tenko.
Can this be?
Gonta so ashamed. Why Gonta no could protect friends? Poor Gonta. Yeah, that's... Well, it also could be because someone entered the room to stab her in the back of the neck as well. That's two things. Because theoretically, since a spirit would be entering somebody else's body, I guess it wouldn't matter if they're alive or not. Technically, if you look at the spiritual side of that, yeah.
Hey!
Himiko! Hey, Himiko! Be strong, Himiko! Gonta, if you shake Himiko that much, she's going to break. But she's not talking. It's like Himiko not even here. She must have been really shocked over Tenko. Let's leave her be for now. Okay. Aw, poor Himiko. This is the cage used in the seance.
This?
It looks to be around 3 feet high and 5 feet wide. It's a pretty large iron cage. Big enough for a person to fit inside. During the seance, Kokichi and I covered Tenko with the cage. We were supposed to remove it as well. But it was Himiko who rushed in and removed the cage first.
Hey,
Look at this.
is this...
A blood stain on the bottom of the cage. Probably Tenko's blood, yeah?
That's true.
Yeah, I imagine so. This spatter must have been made when she was
What do
killed.
you mean?
Which means Tenko was killed while she was
Okay.
inside the cage. I think you're right. Tenko went under the cage before the seance. But when the cage was lifted after the seance, she was already dead.
Then...
She was stabbed right when the cage was lifted. That would explain the blood stains. Huh? Perhaps she wasn't killed during the seance, but the exact moment the cage was lifted? That is a possibility. There's a rock next to Tenko's body. This must be the marker stone. Please rest your forehead upon this stone mark I have placed here. It's just a stone, right? It's just a stone I brought from the courtyard. Are you sure it'll work? Certainly. It is merely needed as a marker for her forehead to rest upon. Like this. Tenko had her forehead on this rock, hunched over. She had to make herself small to fit inside the cage. Tenko's dead body, she took her last breath crouched over like this. According to the Monokuma file, her only injury is the stab wound to her neck. This wound was fatal. This must have caused instant death. I didn't hear her scream during the seance. Ah, wait. Understood. I will not say a word until the seance is over. Did Tenko really keep her mouth shut, despite the
Nope.
pain? Her death may not have been instant, but she couldn't have gone far before she bled out. What do you mean?
What's the point?
You were concerned about that, right?
Okay.
With a wound this deep, the victim is too shocked to do anything except die. Speaking from
That's
experience.
obvious.
Of course. Quick deaths are my specialty. Well then, that makes
By
sense.
the way,
The real question is, what was she killed with? I don't see a murder weapon around. You're right, I don't see an obvious murder weapon. That could be a clue. Ah, this floorboard is loose. It's the one right under Tenko.
Why?
Why is this floorboard loose?
remember
It wasn't like this before. It must have come loose during the
Why?
seance. Why would it come loose during the seance?
But
Floorboard this thick and heavy wouldn't have come loose easily, then someone must have loosened it on purpose. There's a small opening in the corner of the room. It doesn't look big enough for a person to get through, but
is
still.
this...
A hole. Looks like there's space under here too. Oh, hold on. I can see something below. It looks like something dropped down there. Huh? What? Something dropped down there? Something dropped from here?
Hey,
After we check everywhere else, why don't we go under the floor and see for ourselves? Right, let's
by
do
the
it.
way,
Seems pretty dark down there. What should we use for a
That's
light?
true.
Let's bring a candle. With Kibo's light from up here, but that should be fine. Then I'll go get a candle. Remove that floorboard so we can get down. Okay, got it! I pulled off some of the floorboards near the hole and took the candle from Maki. Then we carefully made our way through the hole and under the floor. This is a lot more spacious than I thought. You can move pretty easily on all fours.
okay.
Let's look around for clues. It looked pretty stupid if we found no clues after crawling around in this dusty place.
Okay.
Yeah. Some of the wood is corroded and is broken off so you can see into the next
Hey.
room. This is the wall of the empty room, right? Looks like there's some wood along the wall. This part is rotted away. Looks like natural rot. This hole wasn't made intentionally. But I can't get into the next room through
That's
here.
true.
If I remember correctly, the room next door is also empty, right? And the culprit could have gone from room to room by moving under here instead of using the
No.
hallway. True, it would have been difficult moving around under the floor, but we did alright because we had a light. Without that, it'd be pitch black. That might make it impossible to move around in there. Then they could have used the light like we're doing right now. True. Use the light to move around on the floor. Is that possible? I would say no. Oh, look, part of the crosspiece that supports the floorboard is cut off.
that's true.
It's near the loose floorboard, and the portion missing is about the same width, too. from what I can see from it,
That's true.
it wasn't broken off naturally. This was cut by someone. There should be saws in the warehouse, so they could have used that. The question is why? Now the crosspiece is supporting the floorboard, so it might not fall if this portion is missing. So what purpose did this serve? The floorboard underneath Tenko's body is loose, and the crosspiece supporting it has been cut. The culprit did all this, then why? Blood dripping from the gaps in the floorboards. Fresh blood. This is definitely Tenko's. There's a sickle over here, and there's blood all over it. The blood on the sickle is fresh. This is it. This is the murder weapon.
Is this?
This came from my research lab. It did.
Well,
A sickle can be used to assassinate a target. It can be thrown without losing any lethality, and you can hide it under your clothes too. If she was attacked with this, she wouldn't stand a chance. The blade is about 6 inches. Since Tenko is in a cage, she wouldn't have been able to defend herself. But even if this is our murder weapon, how did the culprit attack Tenko in the cage? The blade could fit through the gaps. The blade could fit through the gaps in the cage, but could it reach her neck?
that's true.
The cage is 3 feet high. If you were to stab it with a 6-inch blade, it would depend on Tenko's posture, but I don't think it's impossible. Then her posture is the
Hey.
question. Hey, if the weapon is down here, then the culprit must have thrown it away, right?
That's true.
Perhaps after killing Tenko, the culprit threw the sickle into the floor in the dark? Or could they have been under the floor the entire time? Either of those is possible. Alright, we got that. Dried blood. Bloodstain on the ground underneath this loose floorboard. But that's pretty far away from where Tenko's blood is dripping down. It's under the same floorboard, just at different ends. Why is there blood here?
Hey,
Hey, the back of this floorboard has blood on it too. You're right, there's a little bit of blood on the underside of this
What do you
floorboard.
mean?
Did Tenko's blood spatter here when she got killed?
That's true.
I wonder, I can't really be sure yet. These bloodstains here are completely dry. There must be some reason these particular stains are dry. I think we've finished investigating here.
Is that all right?
Maki, you wanna head back up? Glad you asked, I was starting to get fed up with all the dust. She gets a cute face when she's just like, just when she's done with something or puzzling over something. She's just like, After Maki and I crawled out from under the floorboards, we put the floorboards back and returned to our investigation.
by the way,
We've only been investigating this room. You sure that's wise?
Huh?
What do you mean?
because
If Angie and Tenko have different killers, then the black and we need to vote for is the culprit for the first murder, the culprit who killed Angie. That's what Monokuma said.
Then-
So instead of investigating Tenko's death, shouldn't we be investigating Angie's?
Okay,
Yes, of course.
but
This is bigger than the killing game. For the sake of the two who died, I need to reveal the truth of both their deaths. Well, I understand why you feel that way, but if you plan on investigating the other crime scene again, we should probably hurry. When I came to the hallway, a scene more surprising than I could ever imagine unfolding.
It's a lie!
Did I surprise you? Were you gonna scream and cry in terror?
huh?
What are you doing?
Oh,
Oh, sorry, I'm just a little lightheaded from the blood loss. Yeah, this is real blood.
why?
Okay, so what are you doing? I got curious about something, so I decided to search the empty room next door. Then suddenly, I stepped through the floorboard.
Huh?
You stepped through a floorboard?
So mean.
Jeez, that got me good. Because of this, I tripped and fell pretty hard.
got a minute?
If you're going to lose consciousness, do it after you tell us everything. Oh, sorry, my bad. I guess there was no crosspiece supporting this floorboard, so I kind of stepped through. What bad luck. The crosspiece was gone. Does that mean...
Huh?
Confidence! Dreams! That's what the killing game is all about! Killing game fans! Hold your head high and watch with your own 2 eyes! Baseball, soccer, mobile games, they're all nothing compared to the killing game! The killing game just can't be beat! Behold, students, the entrance to the trial grounds!
I guess time's up. Aw, man, it's because of you guys. I didn't have enough time to check something. What were you trying to check?
See?
I wanted to research the seance again, so I brought this document with me, but unfortunately, couldn't find anything new that could be used as a clue. Kyo perfectly reenacted the seance as what was written in the document. He drew his magic circle in the exact same way as this picture. Not only that, he used the same exact tools too. Nothing suspicious about this whole thing. Well, I wanted to check the finer details, but I'll tell you about it later. At the class trial, so see you there. Kokichi left, the blood loss clearly affecting his footing a little. How many people thought Kokichi was actually dead? Let's go too.
That's true.
Yeah, okay. Is Maki nervous? I see, so even she gets nervous sometimes.
You wanna die?
What are you staring at? That's a joke. If I stall just a little bit, I should make it to level 49. Ugh. I mean, I'll admit I initially thought Kokichi was dead, but at the same time I was like, wait, why would they kill 3 people at one time? That one doesn't add up. They wouldn't kill too many characters at one time. That doesn't make sense. Wait. Was the third game also, or the second game also have 2 murders for the third killing? Because I think each game has had 2 murders on the third killing. Each time. I love how it's like every time someone gets their ultimate lab, they die. Kaede gets her ultimate lab, she dies. Ryoma gets his, he dies. Angie and Tenko gets hers, they die. Let's see, who doesn't have their lab yet? We don't have our lab. Kibo doesn't have his lab. Oma doesn't have his lab. Kaito doesn't have his lab. So one of those 4 will die next. It's my prediction. Also, let's hit level 50 real quick. Might as well. We're running in a circle. Gosh darn it! Don't look it up! I wasn't asking you to look it up.
Oh dear.
It would appear we have all gathered, but it seems there are less and less of us.
Oh.
Less friends mean it much harder to solve mystery.
Don't worry.
Well, don't worry. I'm sure you've gotten a lot smarter by now, Gonta. Yeah, going to do his best to help. I'd want you to graduate from super idiot level to at least Kaito idiot level.
What?
Hey, what's that supposed to
Are you
mean?
okay?
More importantly, are you okay, Kaito? Yeah, I'm feeling better now. And wow, Maki roll sure does pack a punch.
I know.
It's your fault. You know, you don't need to worry about our dwindling numbers, only dipshits have died so far.
That being said,
Now it's a tall order, but try to use your brains this time so I don't have to use mine.
Hoo-yah!
These golden brain cells of mine are a gift to the entire world.
Unacceptable.
It's as though every time you open your mouth, you become less likable.
rest in peace.
Atua, please. Please lend us your power. It may be difficult for us to rely on Atua, considering what happened to Angie, whom Atua loved most of all.
Well, you know.
She shouldn't have relied on Atua in the first place. But seriously, it's kind of funny seeing a robot believe in a god. Especially Atua.
I also.
So what? Robots can believe in God?
Indeed.
Actually, before I even met Angie, I had a similar experience. Hearing voices, I mean. I call it an inner voice that tells me what to do when I'm in trouble.
Got a minute?
How long are you gonna say that for? Atua and ghosts don't matter right now.
Jeez.
Yeah, the trial this time is gonna be rough. We got caught in Monoguma's trap. His trap.
That's right.
Probably made the 4th floor so scary on purpose to prevent me from investigating.
All right already.
No, he didn't. Yeah, there's no way.
Hey, so
Shuichi, say something. What should I say?
Okay.
Tua and ghosts don't matter right now. The culprit is among us. So in the end, the culprit really was... No, it's nothing. We can talk about it once the trial starts. Gonta do his best to help.
Please wait.
It's true, though I do not know if it can be attributed to God per se. I can hear an inner voice guiding me when I don't know what to do. I can't explain why, but I believe that voice will lead me to help as long as I listen to it.
On your knees.
Shut up! Why the fuck is a robot talking about God anyway?
You're
It's
so
unseemly.
dumb.
An inner voice is probably just a radio or something, like in taxis
That
and
is
stuff.
not
It
funny.
was unwise of me to confide in you all. You're just now realizing that, Kibo.
Listen up.
Try using your brain. Yeah. I'll talk to Kaito last. I respected Angie and Tenko so much since the moment we met.
shut up.
No, a thing's gonna be solved by crying about
Right
it.
already.
Besides, that was a lie,
It's
wasn't
a
it?
lie.
Yep, you guys have me figured out already, so there's no point in keeping up the act. Kokichi never changes. Yes, basically. Why did the seance fail? I never did figure out why. I see, he's still more interested in that than the case.
Damn.
This trial is gonna be rough since I can't do any investigating. Alright. Rumble. Where's our buff Monokuma? That statue is a buff Monokuma. As usual, we walk toward the elevator in silence. As soon as we remaining survivors stepped aboard. We descended. Perhaps because there were fewer of us, the elevator seemed to move faster. Oh wait, we also don't have Sumugi's room, right? Let's see. Sumugi, Oma, Shuichi, Kibo, and Kaito. So we fell faster and faster downward into the black. The elevator stopped, and just like always, the doors parted slowly. The light that shines on us from the other side, the bright light of our future. Or is it?
Uh-oh.
Boy, they look really depressed. Must be because there's even less participants now. Don't say they look depressed, you'll make Mana damn sad. As much as I'd love to keep hearing this adorable back and forth,
Now then,
let's hurry up and get this started.
extra
At last, the class trial will begin. I hope you enjoy it to your heart's content. Oh boy. Third class trial was about to begin. Angie Yanaga, the ultimate artist. She created the Ultimate Academy Student Council to try to prevent the killing game. Then Tanko Chabashira, the ultimate Aikido master. She hated men, but I knew that she hated this terrible killing game even more. Two were killed. The two who were killed were both trying to stop the killing. And who was the one who killed them? Or was it one person? No one's died on this screen yet. Two different people? We need to pin that down fast. In order to live, we have to find the truth. And I will fight for it. I will fight with truth and lies in this class trial. I kind of figured, because the third one was Piggy and Straight-Laced Boy. Second one was Rocker Girl and... yeah, I don't remember her, the other one. But the other one was tied and gagged to a pillar. Extraordinary focus. Influence trains slower while a live bullet is loaded. Looks like we can't afford anything else for now. Okay. Alright, let's look at these truth bullets. Ugh. Alright, let's get this on my lap. Ugh. I'm gonna need this. Time of death 2 AM. Stab wound. Second victim is Lemon. Stab to the neck. Necronomicon. Effigies are hung upside down. Gold leaf katana. See, I want to know who suggested to do the seance in those rooms. Central Electrical Log, Smoothie's account. I've got two suspicions for who did the murders. Of course. Emotive, why did your bow go orange? Stone. Just randomly went orange for a bit. Yeah, and then it's back to purple. Just thought it was weird. Alright. Kokichi's full. I love how I tried to spend time with Rantaro, but it wouldn't let me. Okay. Let's begin this hellscape. How long is this class trial gonna take us?
Now then, let's begin with the basic explanation of the class trial. During the trial, you'll present your arguments for who the culprit is, and vote for who done it. Vote correctly, and only the blackened will be punished. But if you pick the wrong person, I'll punish everyone besides the blackened, and that person will graduate from this academy. Also, refusing to vote will result in your death, so you better vote for someone. Now, smiles, everyone! It's showtime! Let's get...
Sorry, everyone. I don't think I'm gonna be much help this time. Because of Monokuma's disruptions, I couldn't do a thorough investigation.
I can tell Monokuma is overcompensating to hide his self-consciousness.
Next time, spend less time fixing your hair and more time investigating, spaceman!
Spaceman.
Shut up! I don't need to hear some comedy act from you two weirdos.
Who did it?
She's
Who
pissed.
killed Angie and Tenko?
Do not let your emotions hasten your judgment. There may be two killers.
So, our other culprit might not be one of us here.
Hmm? What do you mean?
She still thinks it's Tenko.
The transfer student.
Oh, no.
Maybe our resurrected transfer student dragged Angie and Tenko into the grave.
Stop it! Stop making stuff up!
Say something, Shuichi. It'll be a mess if this keeps going on.
Is it even possible for a revived corpse to be the culprit? Well, in the interest of being thorough, I should clean things up here. No, because the Necronomicon is still there and you need to burn it.
This crime was committed by the recently deceased. They came back to life and killed 2 of our classmates.
Well, wrong button.
Oh!
It's left click.
So,
That's
ritual
slow down.
did work?
Who was resurrected, I wonder?
Angie did say she was gonna bring Rantaro back. Yes, Rantaro was resurrected. The culprit is the late Rantaro Amami!
Please, stop it!
It's not about believing and reviving the dead. I have to focus on their statements.
This crime
Alright.
was committed by the recently
I love how
deceased.
she's just like,
They came back to life and killed 2 of our
ow, my
classmates.
wrist.
No! So, ritual did work? That's wrong!
I forgot to take off that ability. Fuck.
I don't think Angie's ritual succeeded. According to the Necronomicon Monokuma showed us, you have to burn the Necronomicon in the ritual.
After preparing the effigy, burn this Necronomicon to ashes. Use caution, be mindful of carbon monoxide poisoning. Sprinkle the ashes on the effigy and repeat the name of the deceased 3 times.
If Angie's ritual had succeeded, the book would have been gone.
So she must have been killed before the ritual was complete, since the book was still intact.
Then, going to think Rantaro probably not culprit.
Yes.
Oh, I guess you're right.
Well, duh. There's no way a dead person could resurrect.
Now hold on a second. I can't let that comment stand. Sure, everybody knows that you can't bring the dead back to life. But it's easy at the Ultimate Academy, as long as you use the Necronomicon.
What are you talking about? There's no way that's possible.
But it's true. I never lie about motives.
Daddy said so he can't be wrong. Raising the dead is totally possible.
Totally possible.
Man, I can't believe you guys wasted such a perfectly good motive. You should have let me use it to bring Monodum back to life.
Monodum is still alive, though.
Right now, you're
I'm just kidding. I wouldn't waste a resurrection on Monodum's corpse.
Yeah, Monotaro's gonna die next.
Oh? So resurrecting the dead was actually possible this whole time?
There's no way it's possible!
There's no way that could happen, idiots. Monokuma is trying to confuse us. Let's hurry up and find out who the Blackened is.
If our transfer student isn't the culprit, then blame falls to one of us.
Who? Who did it?
Step aside, Half Pint. I'll handle this. I don't know about Tenko, but I'm pretty fucking sure Kyo murdered Angie.
What? Why?
Don't play dumb with me, Creepshow. I already know what happened.
Oh boy.
The culprit used it.
Alright. Gold Leaf Katana. That was Art Lab's front door. Art Lab's back door. Samugi's account. Okay.
Katana to kill Angie. And it was found in Kyo's research lab.
True.
Which makes you, Kyo, automatically suspicious.
But anyone could have taken that katana, you see.
So that rusty katana was the murder weapon. You were the only one who cared about that thing, Kyo.
I did not care about some katana.
Just admit it, you shit-eating worm. You went to the classroom, broke in, murdered the fuck out of Angie! Booyah! I'm a fucking genius!
Koriki really the culprit? Does that story fit the facts of the case?
The culprit used a katana to kill Angie. And it was found in Kyo's research lab.
Okay, let's look again. Right. Front door. All this talks about is the fact that it can only be locked and unlocked from inside the lab. This talks about that she would not unlock the door unless they were student council. This was the back door, and this was only he can unlock it.
Which makes you, Kyo, automatically suspicious.
But anyone could have taken that katana, you see.
So that rusty katana was the murder weapon. You were the only one who cared about that thing, Kyo.
I did not care about some katana.
Just admit it, you shit-eating worm. You went to the classroom, broke and murdered the fuck out of Angie! Booyah! I'm a fucking genius! culprit used a katana to kill Angie. And it was found in Kiyo's research lab.
I don't remember how to speed up.
Which...
There we go. I was just hitting buttons until I found it.
He went to the classroom, broke in.
There we go.
That's wrong!
I tried to get it the first time, and then I tried to get it the second time, and I got it the third time.
No, Kiyo would not have been able to enter Angie's lab. Isn't that right, Tsumugi?
Yeah. Before Angie locked herself up in her research lab, she said she wasn't going to open up for anyone but student council members.
And Kiyo is not a member. She wouldn't have opened the door for him.
Kiyo couldn't have killed Angie even if he wanted to.
I had no desire to kill her in the first place.
So whoever killed Angie must have been one of the student council members, yeah?
I was doing a bit to lead you to the right answer. Can't believe you actually got it.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, how clever.
You can just ignore her, Gonta.
The remaining student council members are Gonta, Kibo, Tsumugi, and Himiko.
Well, it can't be Himiko. She was besties with Angie. I trust their friendship. You guys do too, right?
Right.
Yeah, of course.
Ah, Gonta.
Can we trust their friendship so readily?
Obviously. Let's believe in them.
Kokichi.
That trims our list of suspects down to 3. Gonta, Tsumugi, and Kibo.
Yep. The culprit is one of those 3 people.
You mean one of those 2 people? 'Cause a robot ain't people, Jack!
That's
I will
robophobia.
let that remark slide. Anyway, aren't these accusations just a tad too hasty?
Whatevs. The culprit should confess already. Gonta, Keyboy, or Tsumugi? Well...
Robophobia.
No, not Gonta. Gonta would never kill Angie.
Yeah, Gonta's a gentleman. You shouldn't suspect either of us.
That has nothing to
Hey,
do with you,
stick up for
Tsumugi.
me too.
Gonta definitely not hurt anyone. Torture Gonta if you don't believe.
Torture might be a bit too far, but Gonta and I aren't the culprits.
And I'm not the culprit either. Jeez.
Jeez.
I'm not the culprit.
Not the culprit.
Oh boy. Mass panic debate. What are my options?
We must consider other possibilities. Surely there must be a suspect.
Gentlemen, not betray student council.
And that's utterly impossible. Not just anyone could open that door. Only student council members had access. I didn't know robots told such boring lies.
Is that a robophobic remark?
Is that a robophobic remark? Alright, well, we're gonna have to... So suspicious, but one is obviously inconsistent. Yep, it's in the
We
middle.
must consider other possibility.
Gentlemen, not betray student council.
I thought Tango did it.
Not just anyone could open that door. Only student council members had access.
I heard it! No, it wasn't just student council members that could have opened that lab door.
What was it you said earlier about Kiyo opening the door, Shuichi? Unless you're a student council member, you can't enter Angie's lab, right?
I was referring to Kiyo. He couldn't have done it, but you could have. Because I saw you open the classroom lock by picking it.
Nah. Open says me.
Oh, that happened? I totally forgot.
So you're going to pretend you don't remember, huh?
Quit glaring at me like that.
That was a voice
Of course
crack.
I remember.
Quit glaring at me like that.
Yeah, I did it. I killed Angie.
Wait, what? What did you just say?
I lied.
I picked the lock to her lab, snuck into the room, and then wham! Killed Angie. The culprit was me, all along.
What?
What are you saying? Is this some kind of joke?
Nah, no joke. I thought that if I confessed, I could atone for my sins. And it helped. I feel so much better. Whew!
Wait, so Kokichi really is culprit?
No.
No, he's lying. I think. Maybe?
He's lying. I'm certain of it.
No, definitely not a lie. I killed Angie. Shouldn't you guys believe the culprit when they confess?
Then let me ask you, culprit. How did you lock the room?
Huh? Well, it's the same as opening it. You pick the door closed from the outside.
No, that doesn't make sense.
Huh? What doesn't make sense? Can't you lock a door by picking it?
Maybe, but that's not how the culprit locked the room. They used a different method.
What different method?
Yeah, Mumbles. Use your big boy voice and explain yourself.
Shut up, Mew. You don't know either.
There were 2 doors to the classroom, and the one locked last was...
Right click.
That's
Jesus
it.
Christ. Why is it right click to confirm?
The back door. That's how they made this a locked room mystery.
The back door had a sliding lock, yes? How was it locked from the outside?
The culprit used a certain tool.
Tool on the outside was... Oh no! How do I do this? Okay. Delete. Concentrate. Okay. Okay. Yes, they used a Monokuma. Oh boy. Damn it.
I see it.
The gold leaf katana that was stabbed into Kaede's effigy.
Now we know how to use it.
Had to hit the knob of the sliding lock to lock the door.
So the gold leaf was on the sliding lock
Because when the katana hit the lock, some of the gold leaf rubbed off on it. The gold leaf on that katana did peel rather easily.
That evidence rings a bell. Specifically, a school bell.
Huh? Are you talking about a different school? What school was it?
Now, that doesn't matter anymore. Let's not dwell on the past.
Similar to the way that Nagito died.
Ooh, the gold leaf landed on the sliding lock when the katana touched it. So that means the culprit used the katana to move the sliding lock, right?
Something with the ropes hanging up, then by closing the door, it caused the rope to come undone, causing it to fly up, causing the kaede to twist, hit the door, and then twist back in position. Most likely.
But wait, how did they move it with a katana? And from outside Angie's lab?
My guess.
The clue that might give us the answer is the layout of the area itself.
It's like a Rube Gold.
It was an odd setup after
Rube.
all.
I don't know. You know what I'm trying to say.
The katana stabbed into the effigy. The effigy's hung upside down.
Angie didn't do that as part of the ritual?
No. Nowhere in the Necronomicon did it say you had to hang the effigies.
If it was not part of the ritual, then it must have been for a different purpose, right?
What could it have been? Culprit somehow used the setup to lock the room. In case I need to know the reason behind every step of that setup. Are we doing a psych taxi? Okay. Accelerate, concentrate, cool. Okay. I missed those. Whatever. Let's turn the handle of the sliding lock. We picked up a hooker. This is so much better than the fucking, like, psych skateboarding stupidity. A lot more to do. Also doesn't hurt everybody's eyes with the vertigo. Oh, missed that one too. Rip. I love how I have no control over the car once this happens. It's just kind of going wherever it wants. Katana. Alright, we got 2 out of our 3 hookers! Oh boy. How was it manipulated to make the katana affect the lock? Danganronpa. Now I gotta get this one right. Spinning. Lucius, get off! I'm on a roll tonight. And I just cursed it.
The reason the culprit stuck the katana into the effigy was so that it would hit the sliding lock as the effigy spun.
Effigy spun?
That's right. If you spun the effigy, the rope it was hanging from would twist. Then, if you let it go, the rope would unwind and the effigy would spin the other way. And of course, the katana would spin with it.
I see. So the culprit used the katana's counterspin to push the lock into place?
The culprit simply needed to spin the effigy's rope and then swiftly leave. This would cause the spinning katana to hit the sliding lock. And thus was the back door of an empty classroom locked from the inside.
Yes, that's how Angie's lab was locked. By using the effigy with the katana.
A plan born from the heart of a sword traveling through the air to intercept us. Oh, but could it have moved the slide lock so easily?
The sliding lock was pretty loose. A little push could move it. As long as the spinning katana hit the lock, it would have slid into position.
Even if the culprit failed the first couple times, they could keep trying until it locked.
I love how her death is, she's drawn as an angel.
Which is why the culprit chose to strike at nighttime, as to avoid detection.
Tenko's is a little less straightforward. Interesting.
Yes, since the student council prohibited anyone from walking around at nighttime.
Are you saying it's the student council's fault?
I didn't say that.
In any case, the culprit probably used the murder weapon for this trick. It had to have been the right length to hit the sliding lock from the effigy.
The culprit couldn't find a blade long enough in my lab, so they settled for the katana.
The other effigies were only hung up so we'd think it was some kind of ceremony. That way, we wouldn't notice the lock trick.
But Kokichi did say earlier that he could have picked the lock closed. I don't want to completely ignore that possibility. But I can't imagine the culprit would have done all this just for a distraction.
If that's the case, then Kokichi's confession earlier was actually...
a lie.
Seriously? You fucking lied again?
Cough it up, Kokichi!
Oh, man. You guys got me.
I love how he's more upset that he got caught in his
Okay,
lie,
I'm
that
the culprit.
that they figured out he was a liar, even though,
Telling
you know.
the truth this time, right?
I want to say I'm lying, but I'm not.
Why did you say you were the culprit?
I wanted to lure the culprit out. If I claimed to be the culprit, then the real culprit would agree as well. You get me? And if they pressured me to confess, then that would have looked mighty suspicious. Sheesh. Darn it. It didn't go my way because Shuichi butted in on my plan.
You and your fucking lies! Go sit in the corner and play with yourself!
Okay, I'll start right now.
Alright, so who's the asshole who set up this locked room mystery?
Mew, I can't hold it up anymore.
What's the matter? You going soft on me now?
Who made the locked room mystery doesn't matter, since anyone could have done it. Don't you even understand something as basic as that, you filthy cum dumpster?
Well, that's a new one.
Cum dumpster!
She's really a sundere.
Finally! Someone finally called me a cum dumpster!
What? That was not the response I was waiting for.
What should we talk about now?
We must focus not on the locked room, but on who entered Angie's lab. only one of the student council members or Kokichi could have gained entry. Therefore, the culprit must be among their number.
That leaves us with 4 suspects. Tsumugi, Gonta, Kibo, and Kokichi.
Because they're all going to dismiss Himiko.
Don't forget Himiko. She's also a part of the student council. Doesn't matter if she was besties with Angie, she's still a suspect.
Okay.
That contradicts what you said earlier, which I can prove using my recording function.
It's fine. That's just a waste of time.
Me? A suspect? I'd never kill Angie!
So, calling all suspects, what should we discuss next? I want to hear everyone's opinion. What would you say to get yourself off the suspect list?
Why are you trying to lead the debate? You're a suspect too.
Silence, outsider. Only the suspect rangers are allowed to speak.
Suspect rangers?
I agree. Those under suspicion should explain themselves thoroughly.
We might catch them with their pants down.
She wishes.
Anyway, I want to ask the suspect rangers. What should we talk about? What should we say to get ourselves off the suspect list? Well, guys, I want to hear what you think.
That's sort of a difficult question, you know?
Gonta not smart enough to know answer to that.
Yes, it is difficult to formulate a logical response to that question.
Not articulate with words, huh? Don't you guys want to prove your innocence?
They don't trust you one bit, and I don't blame them. You're probably plotting.
Did Tenko have to die?
Huh?
I want to know what happened to Angie too, but... Can we talk about Tenko's case now and not just Angie's?
I got you exactly where I wanted, Himiko.
What do you mean?
The 2 victims could have been killed by 2 separate murderers, you know. So we need to find the first Blackened responsible for the first victim. We've got to figure out who killed Angie. Until we solve Angie's case, Tenko's case is meaningless. Did you suggest that to waste our time?
It's not meaningless!
Himiko.
Tenko's death was meaningless? How dare you! Poor Tenko! How could you do this to her? Himiko...
Himiko, stop it with your crappy lies.
Lies?
Everything you said is total BS. You didn't give 2 shits about Tenko when she was alive. But now you're like, oh no, poor Tenko, after she's dead. Come on, really?
Kokichi does not pull punches.
Kokichi, enough!
No. It's okay. It's no surprise you think that. I know I ignored Tenko before. That's why I'm so upset now. I should have faced Tenko. Worked things out with her while she was still alive. But now, it's too late. I can't complain to her or thank her. It's too late.
Yeah, seriously. It's way too late to realize that now. Our only option is to face her death head on.
Yeah? Face her death?
Himiko, I understand what you're going through. So I'm gonna help you out. Let's work together to find the truth.
I feel like Kaito's trying to be the Byakuya of the group, except for Byakuya was smart.
I'm not gonna let anyone say her death didn't matter.
As in trying to be a de facto leader.
Kaito! Alright. I'll put a silent silencing curse on whoever calls Tenko's death meaningless. The name of the curse is Death Curse. I suppose being dead would silence someone pretty good.
Listen up! All you guys are gonna help out too. Abandoning someone who died and only thinking about your own survival. That's just as bad as a hit and run! I won't forgive something so messed up!
Okay, Kaito.
Tenko was our friend. Gonta wanna know why she died too.
I already told you that's so unnecessary. We're getting sidetracked here.
No, even if it was a different culprit, we need to know how Tenko died. If we don't find out who killed her, we won't be able to work together. Not now, not ever. Even if this trial isn't for her, in order for us to survive, we need to get to the bottom of Tenko's death. Not just to survive this trial, but so we can keep going and live on!
Kaito.
Finally, you noticed. Jeez, you're so slow.
Huh? Did Kokichi want us to notice?
Don't listen to his crap. We haven't decided whether there were two different culprits yet.
Let us talk about Tenko's case then. Perhaps that will provide us a clue.
Yeah, maybe.
They're not wrong, but don't mind going over Tenko's case. That was an abrupt change of topic. Was that intentional?
So what do we talk about first?
For now, let's see if we can narrow down the list of suspects.
Tancrotch probably got killed during the seance, so everyone there's suspicious.
It's Tancrotch!
People who attended the seance. It would be Korikyo, Shuichi, Himiko, Kokichi, Kyo, Kaito Nakibo. Yeah.
That's it!
It does not help that I don't remember everybody's name.
So those four are the culprits!
Oh, Himiko's still culprit?
Well, that's probably just a coinkydink. The most suspicious out of the four is really Kyo. He suggested the whole seance idea.
True, I may have suggested it, but I explained the procedure beforehand, yes? If we all knew of it before the murder, then we are all equally suspicious.
Well, I suppose, but...
In addition, the seance wasn't entirely in my control either. I was not the one who selected the room we performed it in. It was Himiko.
However, there are 3 empty rooms. Which one shall we use? The middle room. The middle room's always best for stuff like this. Very well.
Oh, right.
Also, we should not limit our suspects to only those who participated in the seance. The empty room had a point of entry from outside, you see.
Point of entry from outside he must be referring to.
There! You're talking about under the floor, right?
Huh? Under the floor?
Yes, there's a crawl space under the floor a person can move through. There was also a hole that connected it to the neighboring room.
If the culprit used the hole, they could have entered and exited the seance room.
If we consider that possibility, then there is another suspect.
Another suspect? Who?
It's appearing before me. Oh, I can see it clearly. The true identity of Tenko's killer.
Oh boy.
The culprit sneaked in during the seance by crawling under the floor.
But it was pitch black during the seance. How could they even see if they were under the floor?
Because it wasn't dark under the floor. You see, our villain had a light.
Light? You mean candle?
I mean, Kibo's flashlight function.
Huh? Now hold on a second.
Kibo could have used that function to get under the floor and sneak into the empty room during the seance!
I said hold on a second.
He used his robot functions to commit the murders.
Hold on a second!
Sure, that with a little light can move under the floor, but is that possible?
The culprit sneaked in during the seance
Sneaked in?
by crawling under the floor.
Shouldn't it be snuck? Sneaked or snuck?
How could they even see if they were under the floor?
Because it wasn't dark under the floor. You see, our villain had...
That's wrong! I don't think the culprit could have used a light while under the floor. There was a hole in the corner of the room. If a light were used, it would have leaked through and we would have seen it.
But when we did the seance, the room was definitely pitch black.
So a light was not shined under the floor, which means you cannot claim I am the culprit.
Jeez, here I thought this would be the case where the murder could only be done by a robot.
You have accused me of being the culprit more than once now, simply because I am a robot.
That is
My
robophobia.
status as a robot does not mean I am capable of performing superhuman feats. My vision is somewhat poor, and I only possess average physical strength and intelligence.
All right, you made your point. God, now I feel sort of bad for you.
God, now I feel bad for
I
you.
neither want nor need your pity.
Enough with the flashlight! It's way too bright!
It would have been difficult to move around under the floor in that pitch black darkness. Maybe the floor and the hole have nothing to do with this case.
Then why was floorboard under Tenko lined up funny? Going to think that was so culprit could stab Tenko from underfloor.
Ooh, nice observation, Gonta. Are you finally getting used to the class trials?
Uh-huh. Thank you.
Don't say it like that. You're better off not being used to this kind of stuff.
Maybe they marked Tenko with glowing paint and looked for that.
I feel like they're just pulling things from old stuff now.
That'd let the culprit find her. Then they could stab her through the floorboards.
Boy, that sounds really familiar too. But I'm just gonna ignore it.
Thanks,
Didn't
Monokuma.
have any trace of glowing paint, though.
Oh, yeah. So then why was that floorboard loose?
The loose floorboard was the one under Tenko, right? If the culprit used it while she was still alive, she'd totally notice.
Who fucking cares? Fussing over that won't get us closer to the culprit!
We shouldn't dismiss this line of inquiry, however. Instead of butting our heads against this, how about we concentrate on another issue?
What other issue?
Perhaps first, we should figure out how and when exactly Tenko was killed.
When? So not during seance?
Tenko was in the metal cage for the whole seance, wasn't she? How could someone have gotten to her there?
Maybe the culprit killed her before she went under the metal cage.
That's not possible. She was alive at that point.
To the point of no return, Tenko. After this point, you mustn't speak. The next time you open your mouth, it will be Angie speaking through you. Understood. I will not say a word until the seance is over.
Yes.
She was
unmistakably alive when the seance began.
That was right before we blew out the candles. But when the light came back...
The floorboard was removed at that point, so it's likely she was already dead then.
So she was killed when the room was dark?
But she was inside Cage, right? Going to think it impossible to kill her then.
Then she wasn't killed when the room was dark. It was a different time.
A different time?
How the fuck should I know? You figure it out, shitheads. Huh? Since Gonta said it was impossible, I'm proposing an alternate theory. Now hurry up and think! If you want to make my golden brain tingle, start circle jerking your limp dick brains!
Honestly, surprised they haven't killed her off. I don't know.
When Tenko got killed, it wasn't during the seance.
It could not have been done at any other time. She was under the cage the whole time. And she was dead when the cage was lifted.
What about moment Cage was lifted?
Ooh, like that.
When Cage lifted, culprit stabbed Tenko real fast. So fast, no one saw.
Oh my!
So who lifted the cage?
It was me.
Then obviously Himiko is the culprit!
There's no doubt!
Okay. Tenko not being killed during the seance. It might not be impossible, but there's no evidence.
When Tenko got
Okay. Got it.
killed, it wasn't during the seance.
It could not have been done at any other time. She was under the cage the whole time.
That is correct.
And she was dead when the cage was lifted.
That is correct.
What about moment Cage was lifted?
That's wrong! No, it wasn't possible to kill her the moment the cage was lifted. Because the inside of the white cloth had Tenko's blood on it. That cloth was removed before the cage was lifted. If Tenko was stabbed then, there wouldn't be blood on the cloth.
What? But how could my golden brain be wrong when it felt so right?
The only possibility is that Tenko was killed during the seance.
I got your remodel right here!
Jesus Christ. Alright.
No, it's still wrong to think that Tenko was killed during the seance.
What?
I'm gonna prove it right now. My golden brain is gonna go all out!
The golden brain belongs with the golden girls. Alright.
Tenko
Okay, Tenko's last moment.
died after the seance. It happened when the sheet was lifted. That was the moment the culprit chose to stab the fuck out of Tenko through the cage! They stuck the thin blade through the gaps of the cage. And that clean white sheet got stained blood red!
But the weapon was a sickle. Only the blade could have fit through the gaps.
The blade's all you need. If you stick the blade through a gap in the cage, it'd be long enough to reach Tenko, sitting in there with her neck all exposed.
Oh no!
Shit, it was the wrong one.
The blade's all you need.
Marker stone. Got it.
If you stick the blade through a gap in the cage, it'd be long enough.
Damn,
to
it was
reach
almost
Tenko,
perfect.
sitting in there with her neck all exposed.
I'll cut through your words.
Fuck.
Wait just a minute. Tenko wasn't sitting down inside the cage. She was bent over with her forehead against the marker stone. And the cage itself was about 3 feet tall. The sickle's blade was too short to reach Tenko while she was in that position.
Then I messed up again? How could this happen? I am so embarrassed.
No worries, Mew. Everyone already knows you're an embarrassment to the human race.
Yeah, no worries.
Gonta.
How embarrassing!
If Shuichi is right, then it's impossible for Tenko to have been killed through the cage.
She couldn't have been killed during the seance since she was in the cage, right?
If she was killed then, the cloth over the cage would have been pierced.
Not during the seance or from below the floor. Then it's impossible, isn't it?
Yeah, for a living person.
Oh my god, Kokichi.
What if Angie's spirit killed Tenko?
What are you talking about? That's not possible.
We don't know that. Some things are impossible for a human, but not for a spirit.
Don't say stupid stuff like that. Screw spirits.
Stop that now.
Angie's spirit killed Tenko? Why?
Himiko?
Why would Angie's spirit kill Tenko?
What if Tenko killed Angie, and then Angie's spirit came back for revenge?
Like I said, that's impossible. Spirits can't be culprits.
Then explain how the culprit killed Tenko under these impossible circumstances.
Well,
Shuichi, you do it.
You can't explain, can you? Only a spirit could have done.
Wait, I know. What if the culprit was hiding inside the cage? If they were in there, they could have stabbed Tenko during the seance.
No. If there was someone else in the cage, we would have noticed.
I agree with Kaito. The culprit could have been inside the cage.
You do?
Nonsense. There was no space in the cage for the culprit to hide.
Maybe the culprit wouldn't need to hide in the first place.
What?
What?
Also, the culprit could have killed her in the cage at any time. I think you know what I'm getting at, right?
The they she's referring to. The Monocubs. Fuck. I don't have an answer? And I can't pause it. I don't have an answer for this. And failed.
It would have to be somebody outside. Because I'm trying not to put my bias in there as well. Because my bias is just my gut, which I formed before this, so I've tried not to make that influence me. If they're talking about, like, if they're talking about somebody small who could fit in the cage with beside her, it could be Himiko or Oma. If they're talking about the cage was laced with something or had a, you know, a knife or something that could fall on her, that could have been Kyo. It could have been somebody who was already under the floorboards who had it all set up and was ready to go, which could be anybody. So, I don't have anything right now. I don't know if I missed something, or if I'm just overlooking something. And I couldn't pause it to do anything, so... This is Class Trial 3. I mean, I could get it through process of elimination, but... I probably overthought this. We could have stabbed her from the inside. She was inside. I said, was she even an option? I don't even remember.
I was wrong.
Ugh. I could have chosen her. Fuck, I missed it. There it is.
I believe Maki is referring to Tenko herself.
Okay. So I completely just overlooked that.
Are you saying Tenko is the culprit?
She committed suicide.
Suicide?
If she committed suicide, it would explain a lot of things we couldn't figure out. She volunteered to be in the cage, and then stabbed herself during the seance. It wouldn't matter how dark the room was.
But the sickle she was stabbed with was under the floor, right? If Tenko had stabbed herself, wouldn't the sickle still be inside the cage?
Oh my god. Mew actually said something smart.
Perhaps that explains why the floorboard was removed. After stabbing herself with the sickle, she threw it underneath the floor.
Right? Oh my god. She said something smart.
So she took off the floorboard to get rid of the sickle?
Yes, that makes sense to Gonta.
Well, it does doesn't make sense to me. There's no reason for Tenko to commit suicide.
Maybe I wasn't too far off with the theory I had earlier. You know, about Tenko killing Angie.
Yeah?
Because Tenko and Angie were fighting for your attention, right?
Angie, when did you brainwash Himiko?
Tenko's pent-up frustration led her to commit such an atrocity. Her conscience couldn't handle it anymore, so she decided to end her own life.
What?
But if she was gonna kill herself, why do it during the seance?
She wanted to hide the truth of her suicide.
Really? Why?
There could only be one reason to hide it in a killing game, right? It's to take us down with her.
And there's that evil smile.
Take us down?
She wanted us to pick the wrong answer during the class trial. So she could bring us all down. She wanted us to die with her. Okay, well, she probably just wanted Himiko to die with her, but still.
But what are you saying? Tenko wasn't like that. She told me.
We chin up and live life facing forward. Survive with me and everyone else.
What if all of that was just a lie?
A lie?
Wait, we should believe Tenko's last words.
The true terror of class trials is that you shouldn't believe everything said.
Himiko, you said that Tenko would never do anything like that. But how can you be so sure? Did you guys actually know each other? People keep all sorts of secrets. Like Maki. She hid the fact that she's a cold-blooded killer. Is it wise of us to trust other people wholeheartedly in this kind of situation?
Jeez, you're such a naive dude.
Naive?
We're all just people, you know? Of course we're gonna have some secrets. What matters is whether there's any malice behind them.
People can lie about how malicious their hidden secrets really are.
Well, duh. It's impossible to know for sure what others are thinking. That's why it all comes down to whether or not you believe in yourself. If you get betrayed, it's not their fault. It's your fault for believing in them. That's why I believed in Maki Roll, because I wanted to believe in her.
Yeah, I just like...
acting all cool doesn't mean you get to skip training.
Hey, come on. Don't you think you're being a little too strict?
Well, we come from different backgrounds. So for now, let's agree to disagree. No one's ever called me naive before. And from Kaito? Seriously?
Whether or not I believe, my heart can't reach Tenko anymore. But I want to believe in her. She wouldn't commit suicide. She wouldn't try to take us down. That's what I want to believe.
Me too. Gota no can believe Tenko commits suicide.
But if Tenko did commit suicide, that would answer all of our questions.
If you insist we believe in Tenko, then provide a reason to
Oh,
do
we're
so.
gonna have a split class thing again. Proper reason.
All right, I'll give you a reason.
No?
Is there a reason?
Yes, there is. Will you trust me, Maki? If it turns out I'm wrong, you can blame me all you like. But for now, I need you to trust in my detective work.
Don't believe Tenko would kill herself because of what she said. I'll see you guys after the seance. She said, see you guys after. I doubt she had a sudden change of heart. Just because we don't know how she was killed doesn't mean it was suicide. We shouldn't be satisfied with that, and if we keep thinking, we'll find the truth. And that means we have to believe in Tenko. I'll make them all believe. I was about to say, is it halftime yet? No. Okay, what do we got?
So far, suicide seems to be the best explanation.
Her plan was to take us down with her. So she hid her true intentions.
Tenko's not that kind of
What's the last moments?
person.
Floorboard.
Tenko did commit suicide. It would explain how she died during the seance. She could have secretly brought the sickle and then stabbed herself with it.
Finally, with the last of her strength, she threw the sickle underneath the floor. All the pieces fit.
So far, suicide seems to be the best explanation.
Her plan was to take us down with her. So she hid her true intentions.
Tenko's not that kind of person. But if Tenko did commit... suicide, it would explain how she died during the seance.
Thank you. I don't have the answer for this one. That doesn't matter. That just confirms that you could see the scythe. Oops. Ah. Those last moments. See, I think it usually tells you when you're supposed to lie. Though I think you can lie at any point. I think there's alternative endings for lying, I think, for each of the trials. I think you can get it without lying. Until the game forces you to. I think. But I'm unsure.
She could have secretly brought the sickle and then stabbed herself with it.
Finally, with the last of her strength, she threw the sickle underneath the floor. All the pieces fit.
So far, suicide seems to be the best explanation.
Her plan was to take us down with her. So she hid her true intentions.
Yeah. I was actually thinking of an earlier comment.
If Tenko did commit suicide, it would explain how she died during the seance.
Well, I need to make them think that their thing's wrong.
She secretly brought the sickle and then stabbed her.
Hold on.
Herself with it.
Finally, with the last of her strength.
I'll reveal the truth. Tenko couldn't have thrown the sickle under the floor. because she died instantly.
Instantly?
Instantly? This is why he needs Maki to trust her. That's why I was thinking back to that. Maki, you need to trust me. Death might not have been instant, but she couldn't have gone far before she bled out.
I'm certain of it. My investigation determined that she died instantly.
What's your opinion, Maki? I'd like to hear from someone who specializes in murder.
Murder.
Maki.
You're right. I completely forgot about that important detail. Tenko died instantly.
What?
What?
As an assassin, I specialize in killing my targets swiftly. I have no doubt that Tenko is killed immediately.
Words of a true killer. Pretty sure we can believe everything she said.
Thank you,
How could
Maki.
you forget that, Maki roll? You better apologize to Shuichi.
Excuse me?
It's okay, Kaito, really. No apology necessary. Anyway, Tenko died so suddenly that she couldn't have gotten rid of the sickle. Knowing that, the theory that she killed herself just doesn't fit, correct?
Oh, how convenient.
Just like I thought. Tenko wouldn't commit suicide.
Thank goodness, Himiko.
Which means someone definitely killed Tenko during the seance.
I love how instantly everyone just 180s that.
Her suicide was considered because we could not determine how she was killed.
No, there must have been a way. We're gonna figure it out.
Did any of the participants witness anything peculiar during the seance? If you know something, please speak up. It could be the key to solving this mystery.
Not a bad idea. We should remember what happened at the seance. Let me try to remember. I'm sure there's something. I need some kind of clue. You literally have it. Dun, 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 dun. Sound during seance. The third one.
Did anything seem out of the ordinary during the seance?
There is something that bothers me. The fact that the seance failed.
Oh my god, shut up about it,
It
Kyo.
was perfect, and yet it failed. How utterly strange.
Now that I think about it, while we were all singing the song, I heard something fall.
What? I missed. Fuck.
I'm more concerned about how dark it got in there.
Shut up.
I mean, it was totally pitch black. My job was to relight the candles. Moving along the walls was seriously tough.
Did anything seem out of the ordinary?
I love how I
during the
went to
seance?
shoot the thing and I just
There is
missed
something that
completely.
bothers me. The fact that the seance failed. The ritual was perfect, and yet it failed. How utterly strange.
Now that I think about it, while we were all singing the song, I heard something fall.
I'm more concerned about how dark it got in
So my issue is, thanks to the stupid helper thing I have, it keeps pulling my thing along. I forgot to remove it.
Heard something fall.
Son of a bitch.
I'm more concerned about how dark it got in there.
How much time do we got? 3 minutes. I got 3 minutes to hit it. We'll get it one of these years.
I heard something fall.
I fucking hate my life right
I'm more concerned
now.
about how dark it got in there.
I can't lead the shot while I'm using my shit. Literally, I can't lead it. It just pulls it immediately. Alright.
Something fall. I think.
I missed. That one was just me missing. I need to aim here. Oh my god, stop with the seance failing. Nope, that was too low.
My job.
I don't know why this one is just the worst one, just because it's falling.
I heard something fall.
I agree.
We're good.
Himiko, you think that something fell because of that sound you heard, right?
Bang!
It sounded like something heavy fell down and hit the floor really hard. What could have fallen down?
Fallen down? There wasn't anything on the ceiling that could have fallen down, right?
Am I wrong? I thought something fell, but...
The sound was pretty loud. It did seem like something hit the floorboards.
A loud sound? Like something hitting the floorboards? Maybe that sound had something to do with the other thing that happened in the dark. No. I just need something to stop the time. Because something heavy hitting the ground, it wouldn't be a sickle. Sickle's not that heavy. I don't know this one either. It's everything. It's my entire truth bullet section. I don't have a narrowed options. Pew pew. You probably let it drop, but it was still on the cage after the seance. It's not like you forgot something like that, obviously. Something here. It's not the white sheet, not the magic circle. It can't be the iron cage. Wouldn't have been the marker stone. I mean, like...
This is it!
It was the loose floorboard. Okay.
I think the floorboard coming off had something to do with that sound. That floorboard came loose at some point during the seance, right?
Could the floorboard have made such a loud sound, though?
It was the sound of an intense impact.
If the impact was that intense, then it could have loosened the floorboard.
That is true. There would have had to be a strong impact to make that sound. But what was it? What could it possibly be?
All right then, let's go with that. We all gotta put our heads together now. So what made the floorboard come loose?
Judging from the sound, there must have been considerable force.
Someone who participated in the seance. Maybe that person tore off the floorboard. That wouldn't make such a loud crashing sound.
Maybe the wooden statue fell over.
But that statue was still on top of the cage.
Culprit hid under floor, then stood up with such might.
But we already said there was no one under the floor.
Someone must have stomped through the floorboard.
A floorboard that comes loose when you step on it is dangerous. God, it's like I'm the only one here who's staying on the ball.
You hardly have any experience with balls to say that, Mew.
Don't be stupid. Don't you know me and balls are the best of friends?
Would have made a strong enough impact to knock the floorboard loose.
So what made the floorboard come loose?
Judging... From the sound, there must have been considerable force.
Neither of those would do anything. Crosspiece, the sickle, or the dried blood. I think it has something to do with the crosspiece.
Maybe the wooden statue fell over.
No, it wouldn't be that.
But that statue was still on top of the cage.
Culprit hid under floor, then stood up with such might.
So what made the floorboard come loose?
Judging from the sound,
then would it be the sickle?
Considerable force.
Someone who participated
Yes.
in the seance. Maybe that person tore off the floorboard. That wouldn't make such a loud crashing sound.
Maybe the wooden statue fell over.
But that statue was still on top of the cage.
Culprit hid under floor, then stood up with such might.
But we already said there was no one under the floor.
Someone must have stomped through the floorboard.
Stomped through the floorboard.
A floorboard that comes loose when you step on it is dangerous. God, it's like I'm the only one here who's staying on the ball.
I think that would be it.
With balls to say that, Mew.
Don't be stupid. Don't you know me and balls are the best of friends?
Alright, I guess we're gonna agree with Kokichi.
Someone who participated. But that statue was still on top of the cage. Culprit hid under floor. They stood up with such might. But we already said there was no one under the floor.
Someone must have stomped through the floorboard.
Are you kidding me? Oh, got him!
I agree.
Barely.
Kokichi is right. The floorboard came loose because someone stomped on it.
The floorboards fit perfect.
I was thinking stomping from the other direction. I was thinking stomping down initially. It was kicking up.
When we first saw the room, yes. But when I looked again during the investigation... one of the cross pieces supporting the floorboards was cut off. After examining the cut, I concluded that it must have been done deliberately.
Someone? You mean the culprit, right? Why'd they do that?
What did the culprit stand to gain by cutting the cross piece?
What did they stand to gain? That's the question. To solve the case, I'll need to think carefully about the cross piece in the floorboard. Tenko's body was at one end of the loose floorboard. The cross piece that had been cut was on the other end. Unsupported part was outside of the cage, so it could have been stomped on. Only one of the cross pieces was cut, the other two were intact. One of them was right under Tenko. The other was right in the center right about where the edge of the cage was. What was the culprit attempting to achieve by stomping on the floorboard? Think! Come on, think. Oh boy. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6. 6 and 6. So 6 and 6. What was hoped to be gained by stomping on the floorboard? I don't have a guess. Stepped on. What was hoped to be gained? I see W's, A's, E's. Nope. I thought it would be an A. Not an E. S. I don't know what word this is so far. It would have been knocked loose. I've been trying to figure out a synonym for knocked loose, and I'm not getting one. Shoved. Shunted. So far, every word of this has been hard. Every one of these Hangman Gambits has been hard. What happened when the loose floorboard was stepped on? Six letters. Well, 12 letters, 2 words, 6 letters each. Neither was the last one. Okay, we got the letter S. That's about it. I'm getting like swapped, shoved, but there's no H. I see W's, A's, E's. Playground. Swing. Swing set. I didn't play on the playground, ever. Swing set. Seesaw. Okay, what's the other word? Seesaw. I would not have gotten a seesaw from that. Okay. This is probably a very specific thing. Seesaw. It's a thing. I see an F. F is new. F-E-T... C... F-E-T-C... I'm horrible with, like, this stuff. Like an action. Like an action. Fuck. Jesus Christ. I would not have gotten that on my own, to be completely honest.
That's right. The floorboard might have been used as a seesaw.
Yeah? A seesaw?
Sounds about right for me.
The crosspiece at one end of the floorboard had been cut off. The other two crosspieces holding up that board were close to the cage. Meaning, if you were to apply force to the end of the floorboard with no crosspiece, the next crosspiece would act as a fulcrum to turn the floorboard into a lever. A lever capable of lifting up Tenko's entire body.
whole body lifted up?
Yeah, that sounds like a seesaw, all right. But why bother lifting Tenko's body?
They couldn't have killed Tenko like that. Unless they used the sickle.
That's exactly it. Using the seesaw trick, it was possible to kill Tenko with a
You
sickle.
died on a seesaw. How horrible.
How?
In order for the culprit to kill Tenko with a seesaw trick, the placement of the sickle is the most important factor.
Floorboard seesaw of the cage and the blood on the white fabric. What conclusions can I draw from this? Could have been it was consistent with the evidence. Where was it?
That's it! The sickle was at the top of the iron cage, with the blade facing down.
Oh, yeah.
The reason we didn't see it was because of the fabric covering the cage. Also, the wooden statue kept the blade in place. It's true that the sickle's handle was thick, which made the statue wobble. But the statue's weight kept it from falling over. Once everything was in place,
Which means Kyo killed her.
up on the seesaw, Tenko's body would have shot upward and hit the blade on the top of the cage. She was bent over, meaning the sickle's blade would have connected with her neck.
The 6-inch sickle blade wasn't long enough to stab Tenko in her crouched position. But with the floorboard acting as a seesaw, it could compensate for the blade's length.
Bringing the victim to the sickle rather than bringing the sickle to the victim. That's definitely an unorthodox idea.
It's crazy, but it would explain how Tenko got stabbed while she was in the cage.
So the sound we heard was the culprit stomping on the floorboard.
That impact make floorboard come loose.
Looks like we got ourselves a good old-fashioned seesaw homicide.
Homicide.
Wait, what the hell's a seesaw homicide? That's fucking crazy!
The craziness is what really makes the killing game fun, you know? They can't get away with murder the normal way, so they gotta think outside the box. Kudos, culprit! You did a great job keeping me entertained.
I mean, this has been pretty interesting so far.
Indeed. Well played, Himiko.
Yeah?
Yeah?
It was you, wasn't it? The one behind the seesaw homicide.
Huh? Why her?
Because she's the only one capable of carrying out this plan.
The only one? Why's that?
Because this seesaw homicide required its location to be prepared beforehand.
By cutting the crosspiece beneath the floorboard, you mean?
Then the culprit would need to lure their victim into the prepared room. That is why you chose that room for the seance. Is it not, Himiko?
However, there are 3 empty rooms. Which one shall we use? Alright, thanks for dropping by, Jumpy. The middle one. The middle room's always the best for stuff like this. Ugh.
Oh yeah! Himiko was the one who chose the site for the seance!
She likely found out about my plans for the seance somehow.
You were quite vocal about the seance, Kyo. You even had instructions for it in your lab.
Our culprit, Himiko, prepared her seesaw trap ahead of time. Then she waited for me to host the seance, and suggested the middle room. She led us all into holding the seance right where she wanted it. Then, she killed Tenko, all according to plan.
That's a lie, right? Himiko did such a thing?
In the end, Himiko, who Tenko cherished and loved, tragically killed her.
Wait! We don't know that, right? He's wrong, right, Himiko? Himiko would never kill Tenko, right?
Kill Tenko? I killed Tenko?
Himiko?
What's wrong, Himiko?
It is true that using the middle room was Himiko's idea, but does that mean that Himiko really killed Tenko? Would something like that really happen? Something so cruel? Find out next week. No, I'm just kidding. We're gonna continue. Find out next time! I mean, we are saving. We could stop and make y'all wait, but nah.
Well now.
Looks like we've reached the intermission segment, which means it's time for our Guess the Victim quiz. A victim quiz, not a culprit quiz. The only victims are the people who are still watching this drawn out, boring crap. Why are you being such a downer all of a sudden?
It's okay.
I am sure everyone is happy. How do you know? They could be skipping this entire conversation for all you know. Can't take it. I can't take it anymore. I'm the real victim here. Why are you getting upset? If anything, I'm the real victim. I gotta put up with all this nonsense all the time.
Absolutely right.
That's the right answer, Monodam. Why? He hasn't said anything.
Hey,
Exactly, because there are no victims. Yep, even if you're killed in this killing game, you're a winner. Because then everyone mourns you and you get tons of posthumous popularity.
Daddy!
You don't need to reveal these kind of behind-the-scenes details.
All right.
Dying makes you more popular, and we gotta die soon too. Monodam's like, that can be arranged. Class trial resumed.
This is my impression of a spooky, scary ghost.
Monokuma gets deep sometimes.
I'm fine with real ghosts, but impressions of them are too scary!
Logic does not compute.
Ow. Bump.
Did you hear something?
No, I didn't hear anything.
You know what else is scary? Sweet buns. Yep, tasty, tasty sweet buns.
Now he wants to kill the bullies.
So round, so sweet, so delicious.
That doesn't sound scary at all!
I'm scared too. Scared of losing my friends.
Huh? Did you hear something?
No, I didn't hear anything.
Bitch is gonna die today.
Answer us, Himiko. You chose the middle room to lure us into your trap, did you not? Then you used that trap to kill Tenko, yes?
Well, Donkey Lips, did you kill that twat?
Wait, must be some mistake. No way Himiko is culprit.
Then she needs to defend herself. Otherwise, this debate is deadlocked.
I don't care if you gotta use magic to do it, but say something already.
Magic.
Are you even listening?
No, I'm not listening.
What?
I don't care anymore. I'm too tired. Angie died. Tenko died. Why did I have to survive? And now, you're all saying I killed them? I just don't care.
Killing is way too much effort for her. Let's be honest.
Himiko.
Do whatever. If you want to vote for me, then just go ahead.
The game gets really blah if the suspect isn't into it.
That's not the problem.
Damn it! Don't tell me you've given up.
Himiko, don't give up!
Don't you understand? My life is riding on the outcome of this trial!
Well, hey, we don't have a cult anymore, so it's not gonna get boring.
Shut up. I told you, I'm too tired. It's all just a big pain. I can't put up with it anymore.
What are you talking about? If you give up here...
You needn't worry. Himiko was the one who chose that room. Therefore, she is unmistakably the culprit.
Impossible! Himiko would never kill Tenko!
Impossible!
Himiko not that kind of person. Gonta can tell by Himiko's face.
Himiko's a little slow, so I don't think she's capable of handling a complicated...
That's also pretty direct there, Maki.
I also think Himiko's not the culprit. Somehow.
Either way, we gotta look for more possibilities.
That does seem like rather a pointless quest.
No, it's not. We gotta be strong. Gotta keep thinking. Then we might find new truth. So no give up, Himiko!
Himiko, I know how you feel. I felt the same way after Kaede died. But we can't give up. We survived. We can't give up for the sake of everyone who died.
Forming the seance in that room was Himiko's decision, was it not?
What if someone steered her into picking that room?
Of the 3 empty rooms, why did you select the middle one, Himiko? Because you laid your trap there.
Was trap only in that room? Other rooms may be trapped too.
Yeah, even
Fuck.
if Himiko picked the room,
Fuck!
someone else could have set that trap.
Your opinions are empty words.
I persuaded her to choose that room somehow.
Performing the seance in that room was Himiko's decision, was it not?
What if someone steered her into picking that room?
Of the 3 empty rooms, the middle one, Himiko. Because you laid your trap there.
She's a savage
Was
little
trap
toad.
only in that room? Other rooms may be trapped.
Should have just waited.
Performing the seance in that room was Himiko's decision, was it not? What if someone steered her into picking that room? Of the 3 empty rooms, why did you select the middle one, Himiko? Because you laid your trap there. Was trap only in that room?
Other rooms may be trapped too.
I agree. It's just like Gonta said. Each room was the same. They were all trapped.
What? Is that true?
Kokichi will tell you.
I was way too careless. Wait, what are you talking about?
I guess there was no crosspiece supporting this floorboard, so I kind of stepped through. What bad luck.
While you were in the room next to the crime scene, you found a loose floorboard, right?
Well, I didn't find it so much as I stepped through it and tripped.
What? Hold on! There was also a loose floorboard in the next room?
So the culprit prepared a trap in all 3 empty rooms, not just the middle one.
If the culprit set traps in all the rooms, then they wouldn't need to select a room themselves.
So the real trap was for someone else to pick a room and take the blame.
I see. We were caught in the culprit's trap all along.
I love how he's just like, okay.
Especially you!
But now there's no reason to suspect Himiko, right?
Himiko, do you remember what Tenko told you?
Keep your chin up and live life facing forward. Survive with me and everyone else. Please. Please.
Live life facing forward. She said that to you, right? If you give up on living, you'd be betraying her memory. We're all trying to keep our promises to the dead. This trial, it's not just for our lives. It's for everyone who's died as well. That's why we can't give up. This is our responsibility. We live on.
You're right. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
If I gave up here, I wouldn't be able to face Angie or Tenko.
That's right. So let's do our best.
Alright, I'm not gonna say it's a pain anymore. I won't give up. I'll fight alongside everyone and survive.
Do not say everyone. After all, the Blackened is still among us.
Jeez, there you go. Killing the mood like usual.
Like usual.
But damn, well said, Shuichi. That's what I'd expect from my soul, bro.
Soul, bro.
Your soul, bro?
Well, anyway, do you think the Blackened this time has some sort of superpower?
What are you talking about?
Well, as a self-proclaimed expert of stepping through floorboards, isn't it weird that no one stepped through that floorboard before the culprit used it?
Ah, that is a good point.
It must have been barrier magic. Well, that's one possibility, but I think it might have been something else.
Why did no one step on the floorboard until it was used for the murder? That's it. That must be the reason.
This is it! It's because of the magic circle at the scene of the crime.
Also, it's dark in here, so be sure to watch your step. The magic circle is broken, not only will the seance fail, but it may also unleash a curse. A curse!
Before we began the seance, we were warned not to step on the circle. The floorboard in question was within the circle. That's why no one stepped on it.
So the magic circle's purpose was to keep us away from the whole trick.
That was part of the culprit's plans too?
That's right. If that's the case, then the culprit. There's no doubt in my mind. They are the one who killed Tenko. Only one person had the opportunity and the motive.
It has to be you! Kyo, was it you?
Murder.
Whatever are you talking about?
I'm talking about Tenko's murder.
Kyo?
Why do you suspect me?
Because you were the one who drew the magic circle.
It seriously points it at him, but they're not going to make it super blatantly obvious, I think.
The circle kept us from discovering the seesaw trick. But that's not all it was for. In order to make the murder succeed, variables like Tenko's position and the placement of the cage needed to be defined. And those variables were defined by using the magic circle. In short, The circle itself was the most important tool in this murder.
But it could have only been
Knowing
Kyo.
that, the person who drew the magic circle.
Because the person who
has
had
be
to
the
place
culprit.
the scythe underneath the sheet had to be the person who placed the sheet.
Already. Did you do it?
What is so funny?
I was just thinking. So this is how each Blackened must have felt. What an intriguing experience this is.
What? An intriguing experience?
But if I am the culprit as you claim, then I stomped on the floorboard, yes? So, do tell. How could I have stomped on the floorboard during that darkened seance?
I see. That is problem.
Unless that is made clear, you cannot be certain I am the culprit.
I
How can
mean,
you be
there's
so
a much
calm
easier
when
way
you're
to
backed
point
into
it
a corner
out.
like this?
I will explain that in due time. Please answer my question first.
Culprit stepped on that exact floorboard, even in the darkness. How? How did they move around in total darkness? In a room that dark, it's hard to imagine the culprit found the right board. Although, even after you put out the candle, I could move my hand along the wall.
Wait a minute. Maybe.
Did you figure it out?
That's it. The culprit didn't have to see it all. They used a sixth sense!
That's it! The culprit used touch. They didn't see, they felt.
That way they could get around in the dark, like how I got to the candle.
Wasn't Seesaw in middle of room? Gonta doesn't think it was near wall.
So they probably used something besides the wall to move then, right? Were there any other markers within reach?
Salt?
Of course, the answer to that is there was nothing of the sort.
No, I'm sure there was something. Landmark they could have used to determine where the floorboard was. Must have been at the scene. I know it. Ah, fuck. Alright. 5, 6. I see G's, I see A's. C, A, G. Alright. I just had to figure out which word they were going for. I believe that one. Okay, this isn't it. There we go. I was thinking salt, and I was trying to figure out what he called it, and I was like, wait. Magic circle.
That's it. The magic circle. They used the magic circle. Remember? The magic circle was drawn with salt. The culprit used the salt's texture to feel their way through the dark.
I see. So Kyo traced the magic circle with his hands to get to the loose floorboard.
Magic.
Oh, I see. You drew the magic circle with salt to use it as a guide.
An interesting thought. It is unfortunate that it is so wrong.
What?
Recall the document. What did the magic circle look like?
Based on the document, the magic circle wouldn't reach the corners of the room.
So what?
When the room was darkened, each of us was in a corner of the room, yes? The magic circle didn't reach us, so I could not have followed it, yes?
But you're talking about the magic circle in the document. That doesn't mean the circle you drew was the same.
No, I most definitely drew it exactly the same. I have it perfectly memorized.
So which is it? Is there any way to check?
Not anymore. The magic circle is a complete mess from being trampled on.
I see. Another piece of the puzzle. Drawing the circle with salt, all but guaranteed it would be temporary. Investigation itself would have gotten rid of the evidence. Clever.
Everyone, may I have your attention, please?
What a pain. We don't have any way to check it now.
Excuse me, everyone. May I have your attention, please?
Well, I guess there's no point in discussing the magic circle anymore.
Hey, may I have your attention?
Oh, I said cut that out! It's too bright!
I apologize. I just wanted everyone to listen to me.
About what?
I had Miu add another function to my body, in addition to the flashlight.
What the? No way! Did you really? Stop! You can't! I didn't install it for that purpose!
Please, let me use it! With it, I might be able to save everyone.
Alright, so what is this function?
A camera!
It's an image recording function.
Image recording?
Specifically, this function allows me to dispense a printout of my own memory. I'll give it a try. Ready?
It's gonna come out of his mouth, please. Yes!
From your mouth?
I've also used magic like that before.
This printout is my memory of being kicked out of the seance. Please confirm that the floor of the empty room is clearly visible. Go on, take the picture and see for yourself.
Okay. Got it.
Blech. I reluctantly took the paper from Kibo's mouth. So this is the magic circle used for the seance.
Well, Shuichi, do you notice anything?
Notice anything?
There! This helped a lot, Kibo. Without you, I never would have seen through Kyo's lie.
My lie.
My lie.
You just said that you drew the magic circle exactly as it appears in the document. But that's a lie, isn't it? The magic circle at the scene had lines that stretched to the room's corners. Which means that you would be able to find the floorboard from anywhere in the room.
So it was different from the document after all.
All because Himiko noticed. And because of Kibo, too.
Hey, where's my things? I'm the one who installed that function into Kibo.
I wonder what the actual purpose was for.
Yeah, what was it you were saying about its purpose?
Oh, to be honest, the purpose of that image recording function is to monitor my health. Specifically, I make Kibo use that function every day to analyze my turds. Your what? Why? Shit is a great indicator of intestinal health and gut bacteria quality. Plus, taking a satisfying shit does wonders for a woman's natural beauty, so...
Oh, Coach Nekomaru's sister.
You're all grossed out! This is why I didn't want to tell you about my plan!
A great shit.
Quit talking about your poop. No one cares. Kyo, you killed Tenko, didn't you? Just give up and admit it already.
So, Kyo, if you have any objections, you can...
Your deductions are fiction. Well, since you've given me the option, I will most certainly object. To be honest, it's unimportant, but it may be an amusing diversion.
Unimportant?
Now I shall bear witness to your abilities, Shuichi. Do entertain me. If you are going to claim I am the culprit, then what of the murder weapon? It was set up in the cage. The only people capable of that are Kokichi and Shuichi, who carried the cage. So suspicion should fall on them.
It's disconcerting.
If you are going to claim I am the culprit, then what of the murder weapon? It was set up in the cage. The only people capable of that are Kokichi and Shuichi, who carried the cage. So suspicion should fall on them.
True, we could have placed the sickle there, but we could not have removed it later. Because we weren't the ones who lifted the cage. That was Himiko.
The only person who could have collected the sickle was Himiko. But the only people who could have placed the sickle are Kokichi and Shuichi. But in regards to that dilemma, I did not carry the cage, nor did I lift it. I had no opportunity to touch the sickle.
I'll cut through your words! The only person who could have set up the sickle and retrieved it afterward is Kyo. That was done by covering the cage with a white cloth. You could have secretly placed the sickle when you draped the cloth. And retrieved it afterward when you removed the cloth. Then, while everyone was distracted, you discreetly dropped the sickle under the floor.
Wonderful! That's exactly correct.
Wonderful! What?
It's correct? Then why don't you give up already?
The trick I put so much work into is just wasted effort now. Alas.
So, it was you? You killed Tenko?
Let me guess. You'll never forgive me. Himiko, you must hate me so very much. Maybe you'd feel better if I was executed by Monokuma. But unfortunately for you, that won't happen. Because if you vote for me, every spotless, including myself, will die.
What you talking about, Kyo?
What you talking about?
You still don't understand? I killed Tenko, that is the truth. But it is meaningless in this class trial.
Meaningless?
You mean Monokuma's extra rule, right?
That's right. What happens to your votes if there are two blackened candidates? Well, I have an answer for that. It's first come, first served.
You see, I killed Tenko, but not Angie. For us, Tenko's death is nothing but a trivial issue. Because the blackened in this trial is the culprit who killed Angie.
Trivial issue? No, that's gotta be a lie. You probably killed Angie too.
That is simply not possible. Recall that I was unable to enter Angie's lab.
Oh, only student council members and Kokichi could enter research lab.
How could I have possibly killed Angie when I couldn't even enter her lab?
We can figure that out. No one else could have done it besides you.
No one.
If You're the one who killed Tenko. You gotta be the one who killed Angie.
I understand how you feel, Himiko, but maybe we can discuss this rationally and calmly. There is a non-zero possibility that Kyo is telling the truth.
So you understand how she feels. I see. Wait, robots can understand human feelings?
Oma.
Of course I understand. I work really hard to understand.
Hey, why are you getting all worked up, Kibo? Chill, dude.
That's enough! It's voting time! I'm gonna vote for him!
Voting for me will only help the one who murdered Angie.
Isn't Kyo culprit?
Of course I'm not. This case was an error on my part. Monokuma added that rule after both bodies were found, yes? How was I to know that the trial would only be for Angie's killer? Had I known, I certainly wouldn't have killed Tenko.
You're lying! You killed Tenko and Angie!
Now hold on. Jumping to conclusions here is dangerous.
We should talk it out more. This case might have juicy plot twists waiting to happen.
Nuts to that. Any way you look at this case, Kyo is obviously
Oh
the
boy.
culprit. Yeah, there's sort of no other way to look at it.
No, it's too dangerous to vote before we arrive at a logical decision.
The culprit's one of you! Wowee! This argument is getting intense! At times like this...
The Ultimate Academy is proud to present its very own more phenomenal trial grounds!
I love how easily you can hear Monofane's voice. Like, the more the Monocubs die. Kyo confessed to killing Tenko, but insists he didn't kill Angie. We won't forgive Kyo for what he did, but we can't vote until we know the facts. I have to pin the evidence and convince everyone. Okay. Select.
Kyo killed Tenko and Angie!
Kokichi!
Perhaps there's a second Blackened we need to find.
He forced his way into Angie's research lab and killed her!
The katana was found in Kyo's lab.
So Kyo did kill Tenko, but he not blackened?
Kokichi!
Okay.
Perhaps there's a second Blackened we need to find.
He was planning to use the new rule to protect himself all along.
Kyo! Not
Okay.
possible. That rule was added after
There we
both
go.
murders.
I'm an
the
idiot.
mystery of Tenko's death. Can't we just vote now?
I've got this! Not yet. There's still another mystery to solve.
I missed the fact that I actually got the first answer.
Kyo killed Tenko and Angie!
Kibo!
We don't know for certain that Kyo
There we
killed
go.
Angie.
He forced his way into Angie's research lab.
Kyo! Anyone could have entered my lab.
No, it was Angie.
The katana was
Fuck.
found.
Kyo! Anyone could have entered my lab.
Jesus.
So
Blech.
Kyo did kill Tenko, but he...
Kokichi!
Perhaps there's a second Blackened we need to find.
Blech.
He was planning to...
Kyo! Not possible. That rule was added after both murders.
Who's up?
I've got this! Not yet.
I got
There's
this.
still another mystery to solve.
He forced his way into Angie's research lab and killed...
Kyo killed Tenko and Angie!
Kibo!
Okay.
We don't know for certain that Kyo killed Angie.
I love how smug Oma looks,
He
though.
forced his way into Angie's...
I've got this! But he couldn't get into Angie's research lab.
The katana was found in
Kyo! Anyone could have entered my lab.
So Kyo did kill Tenko, but he...
Kokichi!
There we go.
Perhaps there's a second Blackened we need to find.
He was planning...
Kyo! Not possible. That rule was added after both murders.
We solved the
I've got this! Not yet. There's still another mystery to solve.
This is our answer!
It would be a mistake to vote before we've completely solved Angie's murder. And there's still the mystery of Tenko's murder.
mystery? What kind of mystery?
Well, Kyo's confession derailed our conversation a bit. But we still have to go over one of the clues found at Tenko's crime scene. I believe it might even have something to do with Angie's murder.
Yes, the outlying piece of evidence at Tenko's murder scene.
This is it! The bloodstain found under the floor. Maki and I found it during the investigation. It was beneath the floorboard that the culprit stomped on.
Is that Tenko's blood?
That bloodstain was too far from Tenko's corpse to have been hers.
Also, the bloodstain was already dry when we found it. But the blood from Tenko's body hadn't even begun to dry yet.
Well, that's weird. Why was that bloodstain the only dry one?
Bloodstain under the floorboard was dry because it happened. Blood was spilled before.
Oh no!
What the hell? That's a valid thing. I was saying whatever. It's clearly happened before the seance. Like, it was there before Tenko was killed. That's a valid response. It means the exact same thing.
The bloodstain wasn't from Tenko's murder.
Stupid
it was
game.
There before we started the seance.
Yeah, this one is. This goes back to the stupidity of the LSATs when I took it. They were both the right answer. That one was more correct. Ugh.
Or the seance?
That should make it clear whose blood it was. But same from before, it has to be.
That's it! That bloodstain wasn't Tenko's. It was Angie's.
Why was blood from Angie at the scene of Tenko's murder?
Yeah, wasn't Angie killed in her research lab?
Just because we found her body there doesn't mean she was killed there.
Ah, I guess that's possible.
If Angie wasn't killed in her lab, then that opens up a lot more possibilities. We assumed that only council members could have killed Angie since her body was in her lab. But if she died somewhere else, then we can't suspect just the council members anymore.
So the culprit didn't enter her lab, but waited for her to come out of it?
I'm not sure if the culprit waited for her, but they probably killed her when she came out. Well, I thought that was more likely from the start. So I went to places Angie might have gone, and checked all 3 empty rooms.
Places she might have gone? Why did you check the empty rooms then?
The empty rooms were the only places I could think of that Angie would go.
Did Angie have business in rooms?
It seems Kokichi's up to his usual misleading nonsense again.
I do lie a lot, and I could be lying right now too. But I'm pretty sure someone's panicking right now because of my lie.
And she left her lab on her own and headed to the room where she was killed. Is Kokichi's statement true, or...
The art research lab is not where Angie was killed. She was killed in the empty room instead!
She left her lab on her own?
But why would she go into an empty room? There shouldn't have been anything in there.
Except for candles.
That's it! She wanted a candle! To keep herself awake at night.
No.
She would drip hot wax on her body.
That sounds like something only you would do, Mew.
What did Gokichi see? Something Angie did. Has to be
The
a
art
clue there.
research lab is not where Angie was killed.
Yep.
She was killed in the empty room instead.
She left her lab on her own?
But why would she go into an empty room? There shouldn't have been anything in there.
Except for candles.
That's it! She wanted a candle!
I agree. That's it. Angie went to that room to get a candle.
Yeah, for kinky wax play!
No.
No. Angie was going to use it for the ritual. According to the Necronomicon, to resurrect the dead.
After preparing the effigy, burn this Necronomicon to ashes. Use caution, be mindful of carbon monoxide poisoning.
Then, did she seek out a candle so she could burn the book?
That's right. There's nothing to start a fire with in Angie's lab. So she went to go get a candle from one of the empty rooms.
And that's when the culprit attacked her!
That's why there was dried blood underfloor.
Which means Angie was attacked in the same room the seance was held. Bravo, Himiko. Well done for choosing that room for the seance. If we hadn't done the seance in that room, then Tenko's murder would have been in another room. If that happened, no one would have discovered Angie's blood stain under the floorboards.
That's right. Shuichi and I only checked under the floorboards where Tenko died.
Yep, it's all thanks to Himiko for choosing the same room as Angie. This must be a Tua's will. Or maybe the power of magic.
Magic.
It's neither. I just picked one.
Hold on. You're all acting as though you've proven that as fact already. You claim Angie was murdered in the empty room, and then moved to the lab? Then how do you explain the large amount of blood in the lab?
Magic.
It may be possible to carry a body, but blood cannot be moved.
I think she was still alive after the attack in the empty room. She was killed after she was carried to her lab.
That means the culprit attacked her twice. I have evidence of that. Oh, I see. I was saying that was technically evidence, but whatever. Ah.
This is it!
The Monokuma file is
The fatal
evidence.
wound was a cut to the back of her neck from a katana. But she also showed signs of blunt force trauma, and I think I know why. After Angie was knocked unconscious in the empty room, she was killed in her lab.
I see. So that puddle of blood is from the killing blow. Ha! It's all clear now. Angie was attacked in the empty room, carried to her lab, and it was there that the culprit finished her off.
All clear. This is all clear. What are you all talking about?
All clear. What is all clear? What are you? All clear? What are you all? You what? What are? I will not fear. I will not back down.
Sweet Korekio, calm yourself.
That was unexpected.
Their words are all hollow. There is no meaning to any of them.
What?
You must teach these ignorant children a lesson.
Yes, you're right. Okay, I'll teach them.
What the hell are you mumbling about? You're giving me the goddamn willies!
Not yet. Nothing is clear at all. It's full of doubts, of mysteries, of a dense, impenetrable fog! Nothing is clear at all! Angie was attacked in the empty room first, and then carried into the research lab? Impossible! Impossible! That's nothing but a delusion! You intend to poison our minds with your delusions? It's no delusion. Angie's 2 external wounds tell the story. After she was struck in the empty room, she was carried to the art research lab and then killed. You say the culprit carried Angie's body? And not a single drop of blood fell? The hallway and empty room had no bloodstains. Even if you wipe them down later, there'd still be traces of evidence left behind. But there was no evidence anywhere, was there, Shuichi? I'll cut through your words. There was evidence left at the scene. The bloody tape under Angie's body. What? It was wrapped around her head to stop the bleeding while she was being carried.
Bloody tape? Gonta didn't notice at all.
It was under the body. It's most likely evidence the culprit should have gotten rid of. But since it was hidden, the culprit didn't notice and failed to dispose of it.
It must have fallen as the fatal blow was dealt, and ended up under her body.
It must have been Atua who did that for us.
What? Atua? How long are you going to keep that up?
Now we know most of the mystery behind Angie's murder.
I'm convinced there's only one person who could have killed Angie.
The one who's having the mental breakdown.
It has to be you.
Oh, and I really liked Kyo. I was hoping he'd stay around,
it's you,
but
Kyo. You killed Angie.
What the fuck? So it's true!
that scream though.
Well, that was obvious. Such a boring, obvious answer.
You killed both of them. Why did you kill them?
In terms of pure logic, only one victim was necessary to win.
Why? Why you killed them both?
I think one of the murders was an accident.
An accident?
That's right. It wasn't part of the plan.
Huh? Which one?
Murder that was an accident.
That's it! Angie's murder was an accident.
What? Tenko wasn't accident?
That's right. Kyo originally planned to kill someone with a seesaw trick. But while he was making preparations in the empty room, Angie walked in. So he decided to kill her in order to keep her from talking.
She just happened to walk in on the culprit setting up and was killed.
Then he should have just stopped there. Once he killed Angie, there was no reason for him to kill Tenko.
You only needed to kill one for this game. Killing two is pointless. If you get bonus points for killing more, then sure. Otherwise, it leaves more clues behind.
Why, Kyo? Why you kill two of our friends?
What on earth are you talking about? No, I'm not the culprit. So, why is everyone looking at me like I am? Why? Why are they? Why is it? Calm yourself, Korekio. Yes. You mustn't raise your voice. You mustn't stutter. You mustn't lose composure. You mustn't become flustered. You mustn't waver. Look at their horrid faces. This sorry lot is not worth agonizing over. You're right. Yeah, you're right.
There he goes again. What the hell's wrong with him?
It almost seems like he's talking with someone.
Someone? He's just talking to himself. And why the hell is he wearing lipstick?
No matter how loudly you protest, this is a trivial matter. I will never acknowledge your allegations. Not a single one of them. For you see, there is no evidence that I killed Angie. No, I will not acknowledge it. I will only acknowledge facts, true events. I won't acknowledge fiction, mystery. I won't acknowledge your deductions or guesses. Well said. Good job, Korekio. Yes, thanks.
Creeps me the fuck out!
No evidence? There's no evidence that he killed Angie?
You're wrong. There is evidence.
What? You do realize bluffs like that won't work, yes?
The weapon that was used to knock Angie unconscious in the empty room. That weapon tells us the whole story, Kyo.
That's not possible. I think you may have misunderstood. Apologize. Come on, apologize. 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 Come on. Apologize. 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 Apologize.
Shaking intensifies.
Seriously, what the hell's happening?
No idea what's happening with Kyo. But I know what weapon he used on Angie. I have to prove it to him. Oh boy.
I have nothing to admit. You are simply wrong. Yes, I'm not the culprit. So I have nothing to confess. I have nothing to admit. You are simply wrong. Yes, I'm not the culprit. So I have nothing to confess. Why must you force your delusions on us? Your logic. That's merely a delusion. Well said, Korekio. To continue this debate is meaningless. Why must you force your delusions on us? Your logic. That's merely a delusion. Well said, Korekio. To continue... I told you I am not the culprit. So why are you looking at me like that? You're all wrong, not me. Korekio speaks the truth. Such a sorry lot. Apologize. 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 I told you I am not the culprit. So why are you looking at me like that? You're all wrong, not me. Korekio speaks the truth. Such a sorry lot. Apologize. 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 I told you I am not the culprit. So why are you looking at me like that? You're all wrong, not me.
Correcchio speaks the truth. Such a sorry lot.
Apologize. Apologize. Apologize.
Apologize.
Apologize. Apologize. I told you I am not the culprit. So why are you looking at me like that?
You have no proof that Correcchio is the killer.
It ends here! Keo hit Angie with the same floorboard used in the seesaw trick.
I see. And how do you know the floorboard was the murder weapon?
There was a small patch of dried blood on the underside of the floorboard.
Angie's blood?
Blood that spattered there when the culprit struck Angie with the board. But that's not the only evidence that she was hit with that floorboard. There's also the bloodstain under the floor to consider. For that to be there, the floorboard must not have been in place at the time of the attack.
Good point. Had the floorboard been in place, her blood wouldn't have splattered beneath it.
Keo's earlier confession is further evidence that the floorboard was used.
How?
If the weapon used to hit Angie is the floorboard from the seesaw trick,
It means the culprit knew about the seesaw, so the same person killed Tenko and Angie.
He's having the same breakdown as Celestia did. Ludenberg.
I believe that while Keo was setting up the seesaw, he was holding the board when Angie walked in.
And he cold-cocked her with the floorboard.
Cold cocked.
all you can do now is accept it. You even confessed to Tenko's murder already.
It's true. This is the truth.
Off, Lucius.
Looks like we're almost at the end. All right, Shuichi. I'll leave the finale to you. Bring down the house.
Shuichi, please, put an end to this.
Poor Himiko.
For Angie and Tenko's sake. End this class trial.
I understand. I'll go over everything one more time. Keo, I want you to confess. No, I will force you to confess.
I will force you. Alright, hit the sliding log, mix gold leaf katana, panel. So... excellent. Sliding door log, small star. Excellent. Lucius, get off! Shuichi extinguishes the flame.
This is the truth of the case. Let's look back at the first murder.
Done.
It was late last night. The culprit was in the empty room on the 4th floor. The culprit was preparing the seance murder they had planned. To use the floorboard as a seesaw, they had to cut the crosspiece supporting it. The plan was to make the same preparations for all 3 empty rooms. This would divert suspicion away from the culprit and whoever picked a room. To cut the crosspieces, they needed a saw. I imagine they got one from the warehouse. They were planning to cut the crosspieces in all 3 rooms. However, when the culprit was working on the middle room, the unexpected happened. Angie walked into that room and saw the culprit making their preparations. She needed some fire for the ritual and had gone to the room for a candle. At that point, the culprit had not finished the setup and was just cutting crosspieces. Angie might not have concluded that it was tied to some kind of murder plan. But now that Angie had seen it, the culprit couldn't use the seesaw trick. Any other person might have just given up, but not our culprit. The culprit took the floorboard they loosened and struck the unsuspecting Angie in the head. The culprit did not want to give up on their plan and had to improvise.
He honestly probably would have gotten away with it if he had just killed Angie.
They wrapped duct tape around Angie's injury to stop the bleeding. Then they picked up her unconscious body and carried her to a research lab. While she was unconscious, the culprit hurried to tie up this loose end. But because they were in a hurry, they made a crucial oversight. They didn't notice the duct tape had peeled off and was under Angie's body. Without that evidence, we may never have figured out the culprit's trick. Carrying the supplies they needed, the culprit returned to the ultimate art lab. Locked the front door from inside. And took out the katana they brought from their own lab. They then stabbed Angie in the back of the neck, finally killing her. Then, to further confuse us, the culprit attempted to make a locked room mystery. First, they used rope from the warehouse and hung 4 effigies upside down. There were 2 reasons for this. To overwhelm the room with an occult atmosphere. And the other was the key to locking the room. The culprit stuck the katana into Kaede's effigy near the rear entrance. And spun the effigy around to twist up the rope. After enough turns, the culprit let go and headed for the rear door. Once released, the effigy began spinning, and the gold leaf katana with it. The handle of the katana then hit the sliding lock, locking the door. A difficult trick, but remember that the lock was so loose it moved at the slightest touch. The culprit also would have had the opportunity to attempt it many times. Once complete, the door was locked, but the duct tape was left behind. Perhaps the culprit noticed it, but by that point, it was too late. The room was sealed. There was no way for them to get back inside. Then, this morning, we opened up the room and discovered
This one's a
Angie's
long
body.
one.
But the culprit wasn't finished. They wanted one more murder. To do that, they manipulated us into performing this seance. Of the 3 empty rooms, the middle one was chosen for the seance. I was invited by Kokichi to take Kibo's place in the seance. Tenko volunteered to be the medium, but she never imagined it would get her killed. To perform the seance, the culprit claimed they needed something for Tenko. A small stone that Himiko had brought from the courtyard. Tenko, at the culprit's request, bowed her head until it was touching the stone. That position was instrumental in making sure the murder went as planned. Next, Kokichi and I placed the iron cage over Tenko in the middle of the magic circle. The culprit then volunteered to drape the white cloth over the iron cage. We didn't realize it at the time, but that was a deliberate decision by the culprit. They needed to set up the murder weapon that was used to kill Tenko. While they were covering the cage with a cloth, they secretly placed the sickle. Finally, 4 of us placed the wooden statue on top of the cage. The culprit used the weight of the statue to keep the murder weapon in place. After the preparations were complete, we began the seance. In complete darkness, we each stood in one corner and sang the Caged Child song. When the song finished, the soul of the dead was supposed to enter the medium. But our culprit had another plan, to commit a murder in the darkness.
I love how this is the same song, even from the first. I love it.
Right after we started singing, the culprit began making their way toward Tenko. It would have been quite difficult to do in total darkness, but our culprit had a guide. They used the lines of the magic circle drawn with salt. The culprit felt for the salt and used it to guide them along. And when the culprit reached the center of the circle, they found the floorboard that had its crosspiece cut off the night before. Then lifted up their foot and stomped down hard on the floorboard. The floorboard lifted up like a seesaw and pushed Tenko's body up toward the ceiling of the cage.
That
Tenko
has to be a
was stabbed in the back of the neck
horrible
by a
way to
sickle
die.
on the top of the cage. She was killed right before our eyes, and we didn't even see it.
They really got creative with deaths in this one.
After committing the crime, the culprit followed the salt back to their corner. Finished the ritual and had us light the candles. We followed the culprit's directions and removed the equipment used for the seance. And discovered Tenko's body. And while we were all focused on the body, the culprit picked up the sickle and dropped it under the floor through the hole in the corner.
If he had also just kept the sickle on him, he would have gotten away with it too.
Ironically, the final step of the murder was unwittingly carried out by us. The culprit had planned the murder so that we would unintentionally destroy some evidence. That evidence was the magic circle that the culprit used to navigate in the dark. However, the culprit didn't know that Kibo had taken a picture. He really saved us. Without that, we wouldn't know what changes were made to the circle. But now we know for certain, and we know the culprit drew the magic circle.
No, well, it's not because the weapon tied it. Hold on. Let me pause the autoplay.
Korekio Shinguchi, the ultimate anthropologist. You're the culprit behind these murders.
The only reason they went underneath... Well, one of the reasons they went underneath is because he saw the, you know... No, like, that he was pinned with Tenko's murder. Is because he saw something down there. That's one of the reasons they went down. But he wouldn't have been able to figure out, you know, that the, you know, sickle was underneath everything. They wouldn't have figured out how they killed her. So. Korekio. Korekio is the way I kept saying it. Is it Korekio? I don't know.
That's where my detective work leads us. It all fits.
Sweet Korekio, there were times when it's necessary to admit defeat. Admit?
Yeah. Okay.
So you finally admit you did it.
Unfortunately. Yes. Yes. It's unfortunate. Very, very unfortunate. My one regret, my only regret, was not being able to make 100 friends.
100 friends?
It was my dream to make 100 friends.
Oh, it's so unfortunate. I was so close to 100.
I only had 99 more to go.
About? I do not understand a word of this.
Who gives a fuck? Let's vote for this kooky bastard and be done with this already.
Roger that. One voting time. Coming up.
The heart racing excitement as
The heart racing excitement.
As the blackened and the spotless finally face off.
It's voting time!
I love how Monodam's not even in that picture.
Now then, it seems the voting has finished. Let's see the result.
Did he vote for himself? He has 9 votes. Let's see who's still left alive. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. He did not vote for himself. Wait, let's double check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Nope, he did not vote. I would have loved it if he did.
Chosen as the blackened. Will you make the right choice or the
Dreadfully wrong
one?
I got a B. I would have had straight A's if it wasn't for this one. No! Damn it. See, look, there's 2 background options. I want to look these up afterwards. Wait, why is my logic and everything on normal? I should be on the hardest difficulties. Whatever. Seriously? You're correct again!
Absolutely right!
This is the 3rd correct verdict in a row! If you manage to get 12 correct verdicts in a row, you'll proceed to the bonus round! How's this gonna last that long?
For now.
It's finally over. Not yet. I haven't heard his answer yet. Kia, why? Why did you kill Angie and Tenko?
Right.
Yeah, he no need to kill them both no matter what motive he have. Motive?
Hey!
Did your motive have something to do with the transfer student who was resurrected? If it did, though, how did that trigger a murder?
Hey!
Don't tell me, were you actually scared at the resurrection ritual, Kaito? I never said I was scared! Resurrection ritual had nothing to do with it. Nothing to do with it. 'Cause we're friends, I'll tell you. I never once believed in the ritual. I would never kill someone over such a silly thing as that.
What?
So it has nothing to do with the motive? Then why?
Yes.
For the one that I love.
There is someone that I love.
From the bottom of my heart, someone so dear, someone I long for.
I love her with all my heart, and she loves me with all her heart. Yes, we vowed an endless love to each other, forever bound by fate.
But
none can come between us. We are bound by an intense love, no matter what anyone says.
What?
bragging about your perfect love life. Fuck you! Some of us aren't that lucky. So, to see this lover of yours, you had to escape.
Tell me.
That's why you killed Angie and Tenko. But why did you need to kill both? If you asked if I did it to escape the place, my answer would be no.
Wonderful.
Because I have no need to escape this place. The one I love is inside. Inside.
Wait!
Don't look at me. I'm not his lover.
Yeah.
Calm down. No one would want a disgusting, shit-stuffed bitch like you anyway.
Sploosh!
What the what?
Hey!
Kyo, who is it? Who's this person you love? Is it really one of us? When I say inside, I do not mean inside this academy. I mean inside me.
Sister.
Yes, the one I love lives inside me. My dearest sister.
Huh?
Sister?
Wait!
Don't look at me. I'm not his sister.
Right?
Well, duh. If you were his sister, he would have killed himself already.
Wait!
Your sister? But didn't you say she was your lover?
Whatever is the matter?
It is not that difficult. My sister is my lover.
I loved her so deeply. And she loved me so deeply. The fact that we were siblings meant nothing to us.
Rip.
They called it forbidden love, but none could stop the love we shared. Oh, how I long for my sister's warmth. The only time I felt at peace was when I was enveloped in my sister's warmth. For my beloved sister.
That is why, for my beloved sister, I had to.
Always messing around.
You had to escape from here, right?
No.
No, I had to kill for her.
Huh?
What?
Sister.
Was very sickly. She was always in and out of the hospital ever since she was a child. Because of that, she didn't have many friends. She always seemed so lonely.
However,
even if I could be her little brother and her lover, I couldn't be her friend. So I thought I'd find her some friends. Friends for my dear deceased sister.
Huh?
Deceased?
Do you understand?
My sister is now a ghost, so her friends should be ghosts too, right?
For my beloved sister.
For my sister's sake, I've killed many to send her 100 friends. They were all wonderful people, worthy of being sister's friends. What?
Incomprehensible.
This is too impossible to understand. Too impossible.
Sister.
Sister is very happy.
Yes.
I am very happy. Thanks to you, I am not lonely.
What?
Could it be that the lipstick version of Kyo is...
I am Korekio's older sister.
Thank you for looking after my little brother.
What?
Oh, that face.
Yes.
After I lost my beloved sister, I was so distraught, I nearly went mad. But sister came to save me.
I am pleased.
She visited me during one of my seances and stayed inside
Sister.
me. Now I can see her whenever I want. I'm never lonely.
Korekio.
It's wonderful, Korekio. Your love made the impossible possible.
Are you serious?
Is this really a spirit?
Told you.
He's just delusional. What a sad girl who can't even believe in the power of love.
Ew.
Either way, he's totally out of his mind. I mean, he killed for a dead chick.
Well, you know.
You said you killed a lot already, right? So it wasn't just the two you killed here.
What was that?
What? Seems like he was already crazy before he got here.
Because?
You didn't kill to escape from here. That wasn't your purpose from the get-go. You just wanted to slaughter a bunch, huh?
Unacceptable.
Do not make me out to be some bloodthirsty, indiscriminate killer. I only kill girls who I think are worthy of being sisters' friends.
Huh?
Only girls? I see, so when we were deciding on who should be the medium, it would work best with a girl. So it would work best with a girl. I spent my time evaluating all the girls here.
Wonderful.
Besides Maki and Miyu, they were all worthy. All worthy of being sisters' friends. All worthy.
Why, you...
Hey, how come I'm not included? I mean, not like I care.
Then...
The second victim would have been me. Tenko died in place of me. Then I'll do it. Can't think of anyone but me that Angie's spirit should go in. Now, I'll do it.
Excellent.
Himiko would have been great, but Tenko volunteering made me so happy. Her noble, earnest heart made her a perfect friend for Sister.
Wonderful.
She even infiltrated the student council to protect Himiko. Huh? Infiltrate? Really?
But...
How did you? It was obvious to me. I've studied many people. Yeah, she stood up against the darkness of the school all by herself, all for her beloved friend. I was so touched by that. Wonderful. She was a perfect friend for Sister. I can't understand why you didn't like her, Himiko. Though I was planning on having you become Sister's friend too. Eventually.
No way!
You do all that for... Wow, you did all that just to kill. For you to go that far, that's pretty impressive. You were interested in the caged child, just so you could use it to kill someone, right? It interested me as an anthropologist, of course, but more than that.
For my beloved sister!
I wanted to kill for Sister. I cannot deny that overpowering feeling.
Are you okay?
You look kinda pale. Don't worry about it, let's focus on Kyo right now. Allow me to explain though. I did not plan to kill both of them. I knew I would have plenty of chances after escaping this place.
However...
But Angie walked in on me preparing and I ended up killing her a different way. So I figured I might as well kill someone else too. After all, it would be a shame to just waste the seance trick I prepared.
What is that?
Talking like you killed her just because you could. No, not just because I could. I was sending another friend to Sister.
Correcchio.
You're such a thoughtful little brother, but it was bad to get greedy. You're right, because of that now I can't send 100 friends to Sister. Do you understand now? Those were the circumstances of Correcchio's crime. I do not understand. This is all too impossible for me to understand. That's right, killing 2 friends for your dead sister.
How?
That's wrong. That's so wrong. Oh, don't get so worked up. There's something I learned after Sister's death.
Worry.
Death only changes a person's form. The soul lives on as a ghost.
That's right.
Even though I'm a ghost now, I'm always by Correcchio's side.
Sister...
Cut it out already. I don't understand anything you're saying. Nothing's making sense. It's not fair. Why did Angie and Tenko have to die for something so unfair?
Well,
Because death is unfair. Yeah.
and another thing.
All deaths are unfair deaths. Why do you think news stations get such high ratings when they're reporting about death? Because everyone likes unfair deaths.
Maybe.
Well, if you look at it like that, this whole killing game embodies that philosophy, right? Gifted high school students forced to play a killing game. Man, if people were watching this, they would get a kick out of it. People were watching this? Knock off the bullshit. Only sick fucks would enjoy watching this.
You got me.
Hell yeah. If I wasn't in this killing game, I would have so much fun watching.
So then...
The nature of this killing game is yet shrouded in mystery. But my role in it is over. I have finished my explanation to you, friends.
Sister...
Think I shall go and see her now. My beloved sister. I wasn't able to send her 100 friends, but at least I can see her again now.
Correcchio.
It's alright, sweet Correcchio. Come to me. Looks like you're already prepared now, then let's get started.
It's punishment time!
Huh?
Punishment time.
Sister...
My beloved sister, at long last, I'll finally get to see you
That's
again.
right.
Yes, from now on, no one will try to stop us. We can be together without having to hide our love from others.
What?
I can't accept this. Like I said, there's no such thing as a death that can
From
be
an
accepted.
anthropological...
Why do you think so many cultures have funeral rites? Why do you think rumors of ways to resurrect the dead never cease? The living must find a reason, however forced, to accept death when it happens. How you come to terms with death also determines how you live. Yes?
What was that?
That was the answer I reached. How about you? How will you live a life that faces death?
Now then, I've prepared a very special punishment.
For the ultimate anthropologist, Correcchio Shinguchi.
I shall observe.
I will watch over you all as a ghost. As your friend, I will watch over
That's
you.
right.
It won't be just me and Garekio. All of those who died will be watching. I'll be watching to see how you face the death of your friends.
Humanity is beautiful.
I'll be watching forever and ever.
Punishment time!
Bop, 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 bop. Ka-tink. I love Tubby 8-bit. Oh, he gets his bondage too. Cultural melting pot. He is a little rope buddy. I did not expect Monodam to kill himself, though. So he doesn't get to be with his sister. But why?
How boring!
No, Monodam, why?
How can this be?
What the? To think my cute child would commit suicide? Yay! It's so cute. So freaking cute that he would kill himself because he couldn't get along. Monodam committed suicide. Had I known this would happen, I would have been nicer to him. The only reason Monodam obsessed over getting along was because everyone but me bullied him.
That's right.
Yes, the other Monocubs drove him to suicide, but not me.
Hey.
Who's Monodam? You already forgot? That's kinda scary.
Well now.
Looks like another class trial is wrapped up with that incident. So, I'm gonna take back this here Necronomicon. Seems like a waste though. You guys sure you don't want to use it? You guys should have brought someone back to life and added them to your roster. How long are you gonna keep talking about that? Norm, the whole resurrection ritual was obviously a lie. Just trying to shake us mentally to get us to panic. I'm assuming you'll think another murder will happen if you do that, right? Who can say? What a waste. If none of you were gonna use it, you should have let me have it. And I could have resurrected one of my dead siblings. Which one? I don't know, they were all pretty terrible actually. Wait, did one of us die? Could have sworn it's just been the two of us the whole time.
Oh yeah.
So bad you missed your chance to raise the dead. That's what you get for doubting me. Too bad.
So long. Farewell.
Even now, he still talks about raising the dead.
Always messing around.
This is stupid. What people believe in is up to them, but living people shouldn't have to suffer because of the dead. The living are more precious than the dead, no matter what. Sounds something a coward like you should say. Shut up! Leave me alone. But there's one thing this case taught me. Thought there was a god watching over us, but there isn't after all. Not in this academy. Yeah, you right.
You're right.
Well, that's why we have to work together, right? Face it together. Our ultimate talents are the best weapons we have.
Going to do his best.
Going to do his best to keep everyone safe. Going to want to protect everyone. But your talent is entomology. I don't want Shuichi to use his ultimate talent anymore. I'm getting sick of class trials.
You're right.
Yeah, you're right. Your talent as an assassin is way more trouble. When are you gonna use that, huh?
Okay.
I'll work hard until everyone trusts my ultimate talent. Huh?
That's right.
May not be possible now, but I'll put in the effort so everyone can trust me. I won't run away anymore. I want to survive and escape this place with everyone. Maki. I see. I wonder how long that'll last. What if your true calling is the killer shoes? Don't underestimate her. Makiro's one of my
Wait a
sidekicks.
minute.
I don't remember being your sidekick. Also, didn't I tell you to stop calling me Makiro? You guys are so close now. This must be the powerful bond of friendship. But I would have preferred it to happen sooner, especially not after losing 7 people. You're right, only 9 people left now. Well, what do you know? The dumbass can do basic math. That's right, 7 pieces of shit may have been flushed away and only 9 remain.
Actually,
By that calculation, doesn't that make you one of the pieces?
But-
Just 9 of us.
Well, you know.
Humans are like weeds. No, too numerous to count. 7 us dead doesn't mean much in the end.
Shit.
That's totally what the heartless robot is thinking, right? Right.
How rude!
No, I am not thinking that. Your blatant robophobia is simply inexcusable.
You know,
But hey, none of us gave up, right? I know we're all gonna escape. I'm not gonna rely on a god, spirits, or the dead.
I believe in
Just you guys. I believe in all of you. Kaito.
Well, of course.
You're right, those of us who remain can start over. Hold up, Kiba needs to apologize to everyone for the whole student council thing. And there's only one kind of apology that I'm willing to
How
accept.
exciting!
Yank your head off and smash it into the ground with all your strength. Got it?
No way.
I have never heard of such an intense form of apology. Seems like everything is settled now, even though we're missing her.
You alright?
Himiko, you okay? Anything Gonta can do to help, you can tell
Hey.
Gonta. I think we should let her have some space for now. That might be best for her.
Okay.
I remember how I felt. Oh, Gonta understand.
You're so dumb.
Himiko is such a liar.
Because I'm a liar.
Personally, I don't think lies are exactly a bad thing. Let's face it, you wouldn't have any free will if the world was comprised with just the truth. But even then, I don't think it's good to lie to yourself, you know?
right?
What are you saying? Think about Himiko's feelings a little bit. I only said this because I thought about it. Himiko has been lying to herself about her own feelings, so she's been holding back. What are you repressing? Why are you trying so hard to hold back? What? Hold back? Expressing your feelings is perfectly natural. You shouldn't feel ashamed at all, so if you feel like crying while you're talking to Angie, go ahead and cry your eyes out. You'll feel better when you do. Well, I mean, laughing makes you feel better too, and venting your anger onto something can really cheer you up. Turn your heart by crying, laughing, and venting your anger, Himiko. I'm so lonely. Oh, I'm so lonely without you two, but I gotta survive. I still can't go to where you are, but I'm lonely. I am so lonely without the both of you. I love how Alma's such an asshole, but he's needed. Himiko cried for a long time. She cried as if she was releasing all the emotions she had bottled up inside. Before we knew it, as if lured by her doing so, we began crying. That is a face. The tears we shed, I can't even describe it. We were crying about what we had been through, and what was to come. Sadness, hatred, frustration, discord, anger, love, tears filled with emotion. But at the very least, they weren't tears of submission. They were tears to push us forward. After a while, Himiko finally calmed down. However,
Is she hard to carry, Gonta?
aw, how cute. Gonta's like a daddy.
No, she fine.
Daddy
Sleeping very
Gonta.
peacefully.
She's all tuckered out after crying. Robots sleep well after leaking their oils too, right?
I have told you many times that I do not use oil as my fuel source.
But wow, that really surprised me. She passed out as soon as she stopped crying.
Look how gentle his face looks, though.
Yeah, but she looks so peaceful sleeping like that.
And she literally looks like a child.
Probably felt better after letting it all out, don't you think?
Yeah, I hope so.
He is the gentle giant.
Then Gonta carry Himiko to her room.
Make sure you focus real good on your back, you hear me? You'll need that focus if you want to feel her little mosquito bites poking ya!
There's no way he'd do such a thing. Gonta is a gentleman after all.
Gonta would be like, But there are no mosquitoes to bite us! While we were headed back to the dorms, I suddenly noticed Kaito had stopped in his tracks. Kaito, what's wrong? Oh, nothing. I just wanted to get some night air. Don't worry about me. Go on ahead. You sure?
Well...
Anyway, don't do something like this again, okay? If you dislike scary things, then you should have said so. I thought you were... You worried about me? Yeah, worried about your stupidity. Still haven't warmed up to me, huh?
But...
Maybe not, but I feel like the walls we had up are coming down a little, you know? Perhaps those walls were her enemies. Seems like she doesn't want to wait anymore. Yeah, 'cause of me!
Okay.
Yeah, maybe, but you sound like you're bragging, Kaido. But like I said, I'm gonna get some air before I go back. You can go on ahead. Sure, got it. See you tomorrow. Yeah, see you tomorrow. After our goodbyes, I returned to my dorm room. I didn't notice what was going on with Kaito.
Damn it! I don't have time to be dying. I still haven't gone into space yet. Damn it. No way am I gonna die here. No way.
Chink, chink, chink. I love how, like, half of the place is, like, untouched. Just that right part. We've got the mysterious mask. Do you want to save? Yes. Sniff it. It smells like the dead sister.
Hey there. Guess I don't have to introduce myself, huh?
A few days ago.
I get that this is probably pretty confusing seeing yourself like this. Guess I should start from the beginning. That's the way it is. Now, Monokuma probably already told you this, but just in case. This killing game will continue until there are only 2 people left. Now, the important part of that rule is that... Oh, there is one more thing. Well, the truth is, this isn't your first. Anyone who finds out who you are is gonna come for you. So watch your back. Trust no one. And never forget. You wanted this killing game, so you have to win, no matter what. No matter what.
The morning after the 3rd class trial, after waking up from Monokuma's announcement, I headed to the dining hall as always. Good morning, everyone. Yeah, good morning. Good morning. It's a dark mood in the air of the dining hall today. That's to be expected with what we've been through. In a situation like this, I don't see how we could all possibly, could possibly stay enthusiastic. Well, with 2 exceptions.
Yo!
What's wrong, bro? You're not gonna eat? If you don't eat, then Gonta will eat you instead, Shuichi. Huh? He'll eat me? Don't you mean my breakfast?
You know...
Speaking of Gonta, where is he? I haven't seen him this morning. He's not here yet. He's probably still sleeping. This atmosphere is heavy. Everyone's really taking a mental beating.
Hey!
You guys have no energy. You need to look alive. You're all still teenagers. Himiko, your good mornings are too quiet. It's because you're so quiet that you feel down.
Hey!
I didn't mean you should sigh louder.
Weirdo.
Weird. I thought you'd be the most depressed out of all of us. Of course I'm depressed. This is the most depressed I've been in all my 2 million years.
What is this?
200, sorry. But being depressed won't help those who died rest in peace. Tanko and Angie too. If I stay depressed, they won't be able to rest in peace either. So in order to make their deaths have meaning, I've decided to live my life with positivity. So anyway, please take care of the new me.
Come on, man.
Out of breath already. You're going full speed right out of the gate. But it's just like Himiko said. Those of us left need to look at the future to live and for all the other sakes.
Right?
Yeah, let's cheer up and work hard. This game is just getting started. Game? Huh? Isn't that what we were talking about? Now that there's less people, I might be the next victim. So exciting! But I definitely don't want to die. Well, I guess that's the same for everyone else. You're still saying crap like that at a time like... Just then the door to the dining hall burst open and...
This big problem!
Everyone, this serious! Oh no, the colossal high school girl is on the other side of the wall, isn't she?
Oh.
Oh. Okay, maybe not that serious, but Gonta went to courtyard before coming here. The graffiti. There's more added to it. Yeah, more letters added.
Huh?
I'm not sure what it's trying to spell. The swords or maybe this world? I can almost swear that that's going to spell out Kokichi Oma.
Wait.
What about the world? What does it mean? Is there some crazy story going on? It's probably just a graffiti, right? We should just ignore it. No, I don't think that's a good idea.
You wanna die?
Why? Do you want to die? What? Alright, that's just a habit of hers, but my heart skips a beat every time. No one here takes credit for it, right? But now there's a more added to it. It must have some meaning. So seriously, none of us here wrote it. If this is a prank, you better speak up. But Gonza stumbled onto the writing by coincidence, right? If it was a prank, then they would have done it in a more obvious spot, not in the grass. There's nothing more depressing than an unnoticed prank.
I see.
It's like a titty no one wants to fondle. Well, it could just be Gonta writing it since he was the first one to find.
Gonta never do that?
Gonta never make trouble for everyone. It's ungentlemanly. What is that writing? More and more gets added. Who's doing it? What does it mean? Well, I don't really get it, but maybe it's some kind of clue. Thanks for the report, Gonta. Gonta, just glad to help.
Oh yeah.
Gonta want to live, even little. Tell Gonta if you need help with something, okay? Okay, got it. I'll let you know if I want you to punch someone. No, you don't get to tell Gonta what to do anymore.
Gonta.
Yeah, Gonta learned lesson after insect meet and greet. Boring. Oh, my ears are burning. Are you guys talking about me again? You must love me.
Yay!
Are you getting dizzy from the face I make when I concentrate really hard? Your face? It's always the same, isn't it? Never mind that. You guys are probably eager for it, right? My prize, that is. Right? You guys can't live without getting a prize right now, right? That's what I thought, so I brought a prize.
Rise and shine, Earthsign. Rise and shine, Earthsign.
Huh? What's an earth sign? My, forgetting your catchphrase is like the kiss of death for a mascot, you know? Cause I'm a mascot, get it?
Not that.
That wasn't even a joke. There was no setup, no punchline, no nothing. By the way, who's this pink stuffed pig and why is she talking to me?
Monotaro's head is busted. One solid whack should make him remember.
That was two.
Where am I? Where's Kaoru?
Ah, your character's completely different now.
Pops, my family, and you. Thank you for loving me.
Come on, remember already.
They're so freaking cute!
They're so adorably fascinating. I could watch them forever. I've had enough of them.
Hey.
Give us some loving too. I want my reward already.
When did you get so friendly with Monokuma, Kokichi?
Now then.
Okay, the prize this time is...
Ta-da! The legendary Levystone, the priceless Octo Brush, and a card key, which just so happens to be the motive too.
Motive?
Hey!
Did you say motive?
Yeah.
Yeah, this mysterious card key is your next motive.
Oh, nice!
The classic carrot and stick approach. No one can work a carrot or a stick like Daddy.
Huh?
Screw your carrot and your stick. Give me whips and chains all the way.
You know,
A card key is the motive? What does that even mean? So the new area you can open with card key, is that where the real motive is? That's a secret. Why don't you use it if you're so curious?
Please wait.
No, we shouldn't if we want to prevent another murder from happening. Yoink. I'll take that card key then. Kokichi used his life body to his advantage and took the card key from Monokuma. But that's Monokuma's motive. What if another murder happened? I wouldn't mind that at all, you know. What?
Because?
Because this is the killing game and we're the players, plain and simple. Why wouldn't the players play the game?
don't screw around.
Quit screwing around and just give it to us.
No way.
No thanks. See ya. Oh boy.
That's enough!
Wait up. Kokichi ran out of the dining hall pursued by Kaido.
Unbelievable.
Running in the halls isn't normally allowed, but I suppose boys will be boys. Also, I forgot to mention this, but I've hidden another flashback light somewhere. Wonder what memories you'll uncover next. Happy hunting.
So long. Farewell.
Oh, he remembered his line this time.
Yeah?
Huh? What's so long farewell mean? You forgot that too? Come on, let's go.
So long, farewell. Wait!
What should we do? Kokichi and Kaito are gone. You cannot leave Kokichi alone with that card key motive. But aren't you curious about the flashback light too? Perhaps we should all search together and look for Kokichi as well. It's a good idea, but let us look for Kokichi while you focus on the search.
Logical.
Right now, we need your skills as a detective, Shuichi. Right, in that case, let me hold on to that. I'll look around again. Shuichi's grown up. He's become so reliable. Now that you're so respectable, I'll let you pet me if you want. Oh, I suppose... oh, I see. So Shuichi gets that honor. Shuichi is so amazing. Gonta want to be useful to everyone, too. Don't worry, when the time comes, we'll use your body as a meat shield. Okay, Gonta, hope time comes soon. No, you should hope that it doesn't come. Okay, where to begin? I'll search for places to use these mysterious items. And this is where we save and quit for this week, and we will be picking this up again next Wednesday. So, thank you everybody for watching this. I hope you all enjoyed. And until the next time, everybody, stay funky, people.